The greatest composers, Ludwig van Beethoven. Ludwig van Beethoven was born in the cold month of December 1770 in the modest city of Bonn. His arrival was quiet, unassuming, like the first few bars of a symphony that had not yet revealed its power. He was the second of 7 children, but only 3 would survive beyond infancy. His family bore the scent of music. His grandfather had been a Kapellmeister, and his father, Johann, worked as a court musician. Yet with that legacy came burden. Johann saw in his son not a child but a prodigy to be molded into another Mozart. The boy's days were filled with practice, and his nights were no refuge. Johann would drag him from sleep to press small fingers into ivory keys until his hands ached and his heart trembled. Music was not yet joy for young Ludwig. It was obedience, escape, and somewhere in the notes, a whisper of freedom. Only his mother, gentle and quiet, offered warmth. Her death when he was 16 struck a note of sorrow that would linger in every movement he composed thereafter. By his teenage years, Beethoven had already begun to stir the world of music. He played organ for the court and composed in the candlelit quiet of his room. Soon he was sent to Vienna, the glittering capital of music, to study. There he hoped to learn from the great Mozart himself. But fate had other plans. Mozart died before their bond could grow. Instead, Beethoven studied with Haydn. Their relationship, though respectful, was strained. Haydn was a man of form and control. Beethoven, even then, was a creature of fire. He began to play in aristocratic salons, catching the eyes and ears of nobles. Yet he never bowed to them. He took their patronage, not their orders. "There are many princes," he once said, "but only one Beethoven." The city buzzed with his name. His early symphonies and sonatas were like a breath of storm through stale halls. He didn't just write music. He revealed emotion, longing, and defiance in every note. Vienna embraced him. In drawing rooms and concert halls, he stood as a beacon of boldness, his wild hair and raw manners clashing with the polish of the upper class. Yet his genius was undeniable. People flocked to his concerts, eager to hear this new sound, one foot in the old world, the other stepping into something revolutionary. But just as his star was rising, darkness crept into his life. He began to lose his hearing. First, soft whispers escaped him. Then entire conversations became unintelligible. A ringing settled in his ears, cruel and constant. By his late 20s, he knew the truth. He was going deaf. The very sense that had given him meaning was slipping away. In his despair, he wrote a letter he never sent, his Heiligenstadt Testament. In it, he confessed to thoughts of ending his life. "Oh, you men who think or say that I am malevolent, stubborn, or misanthropic," he wrote, "how greatly you wrong me. For 6 years I have been hopelessly afflicted." But he did not take his life. Instead, he chose to fight. He locked himself away and wrote as if each composition were a battle cry. If he could not hear music, he would become it. With the decline of his hearing came the unraveling of his personal life. His once charming eccentricities became violent tempers and erratic behavior. He distrusted everyone, insulted patrons, and alienated friends. His home was a chaos of manuscripts, broken furniture, and forgotten meals. He longed for love, yet his relationships were marked by obsession and collapse. The one enduring bond in his life, with his nephew Karl, turned sour. He fought a bitter custody battle, won it, and proceeded to control the boy with the same cruelty his own father had shown him. Still, he wrote, his symphonies grew larger, more complex, more filled with rage and glory. The man who could no longer hear his own notes gave the world compositions so powerful they seemed born from beyond sound. He conducted by watching vibrations, unable to hear the applause that thundered after each performance. It didn't matter. The music lived in his soul. His health declined. Years of liver trouble, loneliness, and relentless work wore down his body. In 1827, bedridden and in agony, he faced his final days. The skies darkened and a thunderstorm rolled in. As lightning flashed across his room, some say he raised his arm, one final defiance against fate, before collapsing into silence. He was just 56 when he died. Over 20,000 mourners followed his funeral procession through the streets of Vienna. They came not just to honor a musician, but to say farewell to a force of nature, a voice that had spoken across time. Beethoven broke open the gates between the classical and romantic eras. He took music, once restrained and structured, and filled it with longing, rebellion, and raw emotion. He didn't just write melodies, he bled into them. His Ninth Symphony, with its immortal Ode to Joy, would later become an anthem of unity and hope, sung across nations and generations. Yet his life was not only a song of triumph, it was also a warning of the toll genius can take. He stood as a monument to human will, but also as a figure consumed by his own brilliance. He gave us beauty that will never fade, but at the cost of peace he never truly found. And now, dear dreamer, the notes fade into quiet. Let the echoes of his symphonies carry you gently to rest. The man who defied silence now sleeps among the stars, where music never fades and peace is finally within reach. Sleep well, dear dreamer. The symphony is over, but the soul plays on. As you close your eyes tonight, let the lessons of Beethoven carry you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of history. Sweet dreams. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. He was born on a snowy January day in 1756 in the quaint Austrian city of Salzburg. From the moment he took his first breath, it seemed the world had been waiting for him. He was named Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, though no name could fully capture the miracle he would become. The youngest of 7 children, only he and his sister, Maria Anna, lovingly called Non-Earl, survived infancy. Their home was filled with music, not merely as background, but as breath itself. His father, Leopold, was a composer and violinist, disciplined and ambitious. He quickly recognized in little Wolfgang something extraordinary. By the age of 3, the boy had an uncanny sense for harmony. At 4, he played the clavier with fingers that barely reached the keys. At 5, he was composing his own pieces, his hands dancing as if the music had always been waiting inside him. Leopold, stunned by his son's brilliance, became his teacher, his guide, and his lifelong manager. He took Wolfgang and Non-Earl on tours across Europe, parading the child as a musical prodigy before kings, queens, and curious crowds. The boy, dressed in lace and silk, played blindfolded, backward, flawlessly. He was not merely a performer, he was a revelation. As he grew, so did his brilliance. He absorbed languages, customs, and styles with astonishing ease. The courts of Paris, London, and Vienna welcomed him as a marvel. He met other composers, including the stern and stately Johann Christian Bach, who praised the boy's natural talent. Mozart was not just mimicking the masters, he was quietly preparing to surpass them. In Vienna, the musical capital of the world, he found both opportunity and challenge. He longed for freedom, to compose as he pleased, not under the thumb of court restrictions. He eventually severed ties with the Archbishop of Salzburg, a bold move that earned him both independence and instability. He wrote symphonies, operas, concertos, and sonatas with effortless grace. Each piece held his soul, playful, profound, joyful, tragic. No emotion was too grand or too delicate for his pen. The people of Vienna admired his genius, but they did not always understand it. He had moments of triumph. His operas, The Marriage of Figaro, Don Giovanni, and The Magic Flute, captivated audiences. but he was also subject to shifting tastes and political intrigue. Mozart, so full of light, was often left in financial darkness. He spent extravagantly, borrowed recklessly, and lived with more passion than planning. He was known for his eccentricity. He spoke in riddles, laughed too loudly, and filled letters with crude humor. Yet behind the antics was a man of great depth. His compositions whispered of loneliness and longing. He loved fiercely. His wife Constanza was both muse and mystery, but the pressures of money, expectation, and ambition often strained their union. As the years passed, shadows crept into his life. Commissioned by a mysterious stranger to compose a requiem mass, he became consumed by the work. Pale and sickly, he believed he was writing his own death song. He worked feverishly, his health crumbling. On December 5, 1791, at just 35 years old, Mozart passed into silence. He died penniless, his requiem unfinished, his body laid to rest in a simple grave, unmarked and uncelebrated. The world moved on, unaware that it had lost one of its brightest stars. But time would not forget him. Though his life was short, his legacy was boundless. He left behind over 600 works, symphonies, operas, chamber music, and choral pieces that continue to shimmer with life. His music captured every facet of the human experience: laughter and sorrow, divinity and folly. In a time of powdered wigs and rigid formality, Mozart dared to feel and to make others feel. He became more than a composer. He became a symbol of natural genius, of joy laced with melancholy. Though he died in obscurity, his melodies now echo in concert halls, whispered through flutes, wept through violins, and celebrated in soaring choirs. His requiem, completed by others, remains one of the most haunting and beautiful farewells ever written. And now, dear listener, as the night draws close and the music fades to silence, let Mozart's story linger with you. In his laughter, his longing, and his luminous notes, he reminds us that brilliance often comes not in grandeur, but in gentleness. Even in the briefest lives, there can be eternity. Sleep well, dear dreamer. Let the music of his soul guide you into the quiet. The concert is over, but the harmony endures. Johann Sebastian Bach. He was born in the small German town of Eisenach in March of 1685, beneath skies laced with early spring clouds. His family name was already known in music circles. The Bachs had been town musicians, organists, and composers for generations, but Johann Sebastian, orphaned by the age of 10, would become more than just a branch of that musical tree. He would become its towering oak. Taken in by his elder brother, an organist in Ohrdruf, young Johann was introduced to a world of fugues and cantatas, where discipline and devotion walked hand in hand. From his earliest years, he seemed driven by an inner rhythm. He copied music late into the night by candlelight, sometimes secretly when his brother forbade it. The ink on the page was more than marks. It was prayer. It was purpose. Bach's faith was woven into every note, not as spectacle but as offering. He believed that music was not merely sound, but a mirror of the divine. Every composition was inscribed Soli Deo Gloria, to the glory of God alone. He traveled often in his youth, seeking new posts, learning from masters, testing the limits of his knowledge. In Arnstadt, Weimar, and later Leipzig, he served as organist, concertmaster, and choirmaster, wearing many titles, though not always the respect he deserved. He was brilliant, yes, but also stubborn and proud. He quarreled with employers, was once jailed for requesting release from a contract, and faced resistance from those who failed to grasp the complexity of his vision. Yet he composed with tireless energy. His music was like architecture, grand, balanced, and filled with secret passageways. Every line of melody was both independent and intertwined. He could weave a fugue so intricate it felt like lace, or thunder out a toccata that shook the rafters. He turned simple chorales into meditations, and his cantatas held entire sermons within their harmonies. He married twice, first to Maria Barbara, who bore him 7 children before her untimely death, then to Anna Magdalena, a gifted soprano who bore him 13 more. His home was filled with laughter, lessons, and the sound of scales. Many of his sons would follow in his footsteps, particularly Carl Philipp Emanuel and Johann Christian, who would become composers in their own right. Yet life was not always gentle. He buried children, faced criticism, and lived through the slow fading of his eyesight, eventually going blind. Still, the music never stopped. In Leipzig, where he spent the last decades of his life, Bach produced his most monumental works. Week after week, he composed cantatas for Sunday service, sometimes in such quick succession it seemed inhuman. He wrote the Well-Tempered Clavier, a masterpiece of keyboard art. He completed the Mass in B minor, a towering sacred work born of deep belief and transcendent skill. He composed the Goldberg Variations, the Brandenburg Concertos, and the Art of Fugue. Even as his sight dimmed and his health declined, his mind reached toward infinity. He died in 1750, largely uncelebrated. By then, the world had begun to turn towards simpler melodies, lighter forms, and new fashions. Bach was considered old-fashioned, even forgotten. His music, dense with counterpoint and crafted with scholarly precision, fell into neglect. It would take nearly a century before another great mind, Felix Mendelssohn, revived the world's interest in his compositions, recognizing the vast ocean of genius that had been hiding in plain sight. Today, his name is etched into the bedrock of music. He is the source, the foundation, the father. His works are studied not merely as music, but as mathematics, philosophy, and theology. His harmonies taught the future, and his complexity made simplicity more profound. He showed how a single theme, spun out and turned inward, could bloom into something eternal. No composer has ever so perfectly married reason with reverence. And now, as the world outside grows still, and the stars whisper in ancient rhythms, think of Bach not as a distant figure of dusty manuscripts, but as a soul who sought to touch the divine through every note. His fingers no longer move, but his music breathes on. It lifts cathedrals, warms cold chapels, and wraps itself around listeners like a prayer. So rest, dear traveler of sound. Let the threads of his harmony cradle your thoughts. No chaos can endure forever, not when such beauty exists. Sleep well, gentle dreamer. May your night be filled with the music of the soul. Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky. He was born beneath the pale skies of Votkinsk in the Russian Empire in May of 1840. A child sensitive beyond his years, with eyes that mirrored the deep melancholy of the landscapes around him. Music came to him like breathing, natural, constant, undeniable. He heard it in the wind, in the sorrowful toll of church bells, in the murmur of voices and the rustling birch trees of the Russian countryside. Though his parents were not musicians, they recognized the soul stirring within their son and allowed it to blossom. But the world was not always gentle to young Pyotr. At just 14, he was torn from his beloved mother, who died of cholera, a wound that never healed. Her absence echoed in the quiet corners of his music, in lullabies tinged with sorrow, in symphonies that carried both thunder and weeping. He was sent to the Imperial School of Jurisprudence in St. Petersburg, trained to be a civil servant, not a composer. Yet even amidst textbooks and bureaucracy, music lingered in his mind like a sacred whisper. When at last he abandoned law for the embrace of melody, it was as though a dam had burst. He studied at the St. Petersburg Conservatory and found in harmony a new kind of freedom. He was both romantic and Russian, caught between the fiery emotions of the heart and the grandeur of his homeland. The melodies he wrote were steeped in contradiction, beauty laced with sadness, celebration wrapped in longing. His music did not simply speak, it confessed. He rose slowly, his talent outpacing his confidence. Tchaikovsky was delicate in spirit, deeply self-critical, and haunted by inner turmoil. He struggled with his identity, his emotions, and his isolation. Yet through these struggles, masterpieces emerged. The first piano concerto, A Tempest of Defiance. The ballets, Swan Lake, Sleeping Beauty, and The Nutcracker, each a kingdom of magic shaped by both light and shadow. His music swept across Russia and into the hearts of listeners around the world. There were moments when it seemed the world had opened its arms to him. His 1812 overture rang with cannon fire and national pride. His fourth and sixth symphonies poured forth raw emotion, navigating fate and farewell. And yet behind each triumph stood a man often at war with himself. He sought comfort in solitude and travel, in letters and in silence. He entered a curious relationship with Nadezhda von Meck, a wealthy patron who supported him generously but never met him face to face. Their correspondence became a lifeline, a place where he could pour out his heart without fear of judgment. Tchaikovsky married once, a union born of panic and confusion, not love. It collapsed in despair. He fled. His mind spiraled, and only music remained, his truest companion. He composed not as a duty, but as a necessity. His scores were lifeboats in an ocean of doubt. As fame grew, so did his responsibilities. He conducted his own works in cities across Europe. He was celebrated and decorated, yet still retreated often into himself. The Sixth Symphony, known as the Pathétique, was his farewell, composed with tenderness and anguish so profound it seemed to come from the very edge of life. 9 days after conducting its premiere, Tchaikovsky died. The official cause was cholera, but whispers surrounded his end, rumors of scandal, of despair, of a man exhausted by life. He was only 53, and yet he left behind a legacy that still stirs the soul. His music is timeless, not because it is perfect, but because it is human. It does not hide from sadness. It embraces it, transforms it, and offers it back as beauty. In every soaring waltz, every trembling adagio, every dramatic crescendo, Tchaikovsky reminds us that vulnerability is not weakness. It is truth. Now the night draws close, and you lie beneath quiet skies. Let his music carry you gently, as it once carried him. There is no need to be strong here. You may feel, you may dream, you may rest. Sleep well, dear dreamer. Let Tchaikovsky's melodies wrap around you like a warm shawl. Drift into the soft hush of strings and snow. Sweet dreams. Friedrich Chopin. He was born near Warsaw in the spring of 1810, in a small village called Zelasowa, where the countryside lay soft with green and the air was filled with the song of larks. His father was a Frenchman, his mother Polish, and together they raised a boy whose hands would one day coax emotions out of silence. As a child, Chopin showed signs of an extraordinary gift, delicate fingers dancing across keys with ease, melodies forming as naturally as breath. By the age of 7, he had composed 2 polonaises, capturing the rhythm of his homeland with a child's heart and an old soul. He grew quiet and thoughtful, shy in speech but eloquent in sound. Those who heard him play claimed it was like listening to someone whisper their innermost dreams through the piano. Poland embraced him as a prodigy, the spirit of the nation captured in a boy with pale skin, sad eyes, and an artist's fire hidden beneath a gentle exterior. Yet as his fame grew, the world changed. Revolution loomed, borders shifted, and Chopin left his beloved country behind, traveling west, first to Vienna, and finally to Paris. he would never return to Poland. Paris, the center of the romantic world, welcomed him with open arms and glittering salons. There, among poets and painters, Chopin found both admiration and isolation. He was not like the thunderous Liszt or the theatrical Berlioz. He did not need to shout. His power was quieter, subtle, introspective, born not from conquest, but confession. He wrote mazurkas that carried the soil of Poland, nocturnes that sounded like moonlight weeping, waltzes that spun like dreams. The piano became his voice, and it spoke with both elegance and ache. He gave few public concerts, preferring the intimacy of drawing rooms. He played softly, urging his listeners to lean in. His compositions were not grand declarations, but tender conversations. He brought silence to life and made it shimmer. Even as critics praised him, Chopin remained humble, always chasing the sound just beyond reach. He labored over each piece like a sculptor with fragile stone, carving away until only purity remained. His health, however, was fragile. Consumption, what we now call tuberculosis, clung to him from a young age, draining his strength and shadowing his spirit. And yet he composed with fevered grace, as if aware that time was fleeting. His music carried that sense of impermanence, moments suspended in light, vanishing before they could be grasped. He poured his soul into preludes, etudes, and ballads that wandered through sorrow and solace. In Paris, he met George Sand, a writer bold and brilliant, who became his lover and for a time his sanctuary. Their relationship was a tempest, sometimes warm, sometimes bitter, but always intense. Together they traveled to Majorca, seeking rest, but found only storms and worsening illness. Chopin's lungs ached, his body weakened, but still he wrote. Music remained his refuge when all else faltered. The end came slowly. He grew thinner, quieter. Friends visited him in his apartment filled with fading flowers and fading breath. The man who once made the piano sing with such vitality could barely whisper. But even in illness, his spirit endured. In 1849, at the age of 39, Frédéric Chopin slipped away. At his funeral, Mozart's Requiem filled the church, and mourners wept as his own music echoed in their minds. He was buried in Paris, but his heart, his literal heart, was taken home to Warsaw, sealed in a crystal urn and hidden within a church wall, as if to let his soul rest where his body never could. And though the years passed, his music never faded. Generations later, it still glows with grace. Chopin speaks to those who listen closely, to those who have known longing and beauty, joy wrapped in sorrow. He taught the world that the softest sounds can carry the greatest truths, that restraint can reveal more than display, that to weep and smile at once is the mark of true humanity. Now the keys fall quiet, and night gathers its shadows. Let your breath slow and your mind wander gently through the melodies he left behind. There are no loud moments here, only candlelight and memory, lullabies and longing. Sleep well, dear dreamer. Let Chopin's soft hands carry you through the dusk. May your night be gentle, your dreams full of peace. Sweet dreams. Antonio Vivaldi. He was born in Venice, that shimmering city of water and stone, in the year 1678. The day of his birth, the skies were troubled, and legend says an earthquake shook the earth as he entered it, as if nature itself was stirred by his arrival. He was baptized almost immediately, not in a church, but at home, a quiet indication that something fragile had come into the world. From the start, Antonio Vivaldi was touched by the breath of both music and mystery. His father, a barber turned violinist, introduced him to the violin at an early age. The boy's fingers, quick and graceful, took to the strings like wings to wind. His family was modest, but in the grand, echoing halls of Venice, Music could elevate even the humblest soul. And so he played, and he listened, and he learned. His chest, however, was tight with a chronic ailment, what he called stretezza di petto, a constriction of his chest that would follow him for life. It never stopped him. He was ordained as a priest while still young, with a shock of red hair that earned him the name Il Prete Rosso, the Red Priest. But he did not last long at the altar. His illness, or perhaps his longing for another kind of expression, kept him from saying Mass regularly. He turned instead to the violin with increasing devotion, not to preach with words, but with sound. Vivaldi was appointed as a teacher at the Ospedale della Pietà, a home for orphaned and abandoned girls. There, behind thick Venetian walls, music bloomed like a secret garden. The girls, many of them musically gifted, formed one of the finest orchestras in Europe. Vivaldi composed for them with love and energy, and under his guidance their performances became legendary. Visitors from across Europe came to hear the mysterious ensemble of women whose faces were hidden behind iron grates, their music soaring like birds caged only in body, never in spirit. From this crucible of inspiration came hundreds of concertos. His violin concertos were like vivid paintings, bright, fast, and filled with movement. He wrote as though he were capturing seasons, storms, love, and laughter all at once. And then he did just that. The Four Seasons was born. With those concertos, he turned nature itself into music. The call of springtime birds, the heat of summer sun, the harvest dances of autumn, and the brittle stillness of winter all transformed into sound, each note telling a story, each phrase a brushstroke of weather and emotion. His fame rose like the tide, reaching Vienna, Paris, and the courts of Europe. Nobles and kings admired him. He published scores, traveled with ease, and his name shone in the golden age of Baroque. But even as success surrounded him, shadows gathered, tastes shifted, audiences changed. The fashionable world turned its ear elsewhere. And slowly Vivaldi faded from the spotlight, his music seen as too old, too ornate, too much a relic of another time. He moved to Vienna near the end of his life, perhaps chasing favor or the promise of support from a friendly emperor. But the emperor died, and with him, Vivaldi's final hopes vanished. In 1741, far from the canals of Venice and the laughter of the Pietà, Antonio Vivaldi died in poverty. There was no ceremony, no grand send-off. He was buried in a simple grave, unmarked, his music nearly forgotten. But music, like rivers, sometimes disappears underground only to rise again. In the centuries that followed, his compositions were rediscovered, piece by piece, like pearls from a lost necklace. And when they were heard once more, it was as if sunlight had returned to the world. His rhythms, bold and brilliant, danced again. The Gloria rang through cathedrals. The Four Seasons sang across continents. Audiences wept and smiled, wondering how such beauty could have ever been lost. Today, Vivaldi is remembered not as a relic, but as a revelation, a master of melody, a weaver of wonder. His music is movement. It breathes, it glows, and even now it finds its way into hearts that never knew his name, but feel what he once felt: joy, sorrow, passion, and peace. So let the winds of Venice blow softly now across your thoughts. Let the waters still. The Red Priest has played his final note, but his songs remain, shimmering through time like moonlight on a canal. Sleep well, dear dreamer. Let Vivaldi's seasons cradle you gently. May your night be warm with strings, soft with silence, sweet dreams. George Friedrich Handel, in the city of Halle, Germany, in the spring of 1685, a child was born who would carry the sound of the heavens in his hands. George Friedrich Handel came into a world where music was not meant to be his path. His father, a stern barber surgeon in service to the Duke, wished for his son to become a lawyer, something sensible, respectable, grounded in the world. But the boy had other dreams, stirred by the quiet harmonies he would secretly explore. Little Handel had to hide his love for music. While other boys played in the street, he would slip away to an attic where a small clavichord lay beneath dust and shadows. With hushed fingers, he taught himself to coax melodies from the keys. His secret practice filled the room with light, even if no one else could hear it. Fate, however, has its own rhythm. One day his father took him on a trip to the court of Duke Johann Adolf. There, young George played the organ for the Duke, and his talent was undeniable. From that moment, the world began to make room for his music. He studied formally, yes, but his true education came from listening, from dreaming, from the relentless need to turn emotion into sound. As a young man, Handel traveled to Italy, the cradle of opera and passion. There he immersed himself in the colors and curves of the Italian style. He composed operas that dazzled, sacred works that inspired, and cantatas that whispered of love and longing. In Rome, Florence, Naples, his name grew bright. He was still young, yet already his music was weaving itself into the culture of courts and cathedrals. Eventually, he crossed the waters to England. There, something unexpected happened. He was embraced not just as a talented composer, but as a beloved son of the nation. England would become his home, and it was in London that his most enduring miracles would be written. The stages of the city glittered with his operas, grand spectacles full of regal characters and heartfelt arias. But even as the opera houses filled, the tides of taste began to turn. Handel, never one to remain still, adapted. When opera began to fade, he turned toward oratorio music, not for drama's stage, but for the spirit's theater. And in doing so, he gave the world something timeless. In a flurry of creativity that seemed almost divine, he composed Messiah. It was said he wrote it in just over 3 weeks, as if he were simply a channel for something far greater than himself. When he reached the Hallelujah chorus, tears rolled down his cheeks and he whispered, "I did think I did see all heaven before me." Messiah became more than music. It became ritual, tradition, transcendence. It was performed year after year, beloved by rich and poor alike, by kings and commoners. And yet Handel's life was not all glory. In his later years, his health began to fail. He suffered from blindness. The very eyes that once read such intricate scores now clouded, shut to the page. But still, he composed. Still, he directed. Still, he found a way. He lived simply, yet with dignity. His London home echoed with the memories of applause, with the silence between rehearsals, and with the soft footsteps of the blind composer who knew the shape of every key by heart. He was offered burial in Westminster Abbey, a rare honor, a mark of national reverence. And when he passed in 1759, at the age of 74, England mourned not just a man, but a force of beauty that had graced their world. His legacy became a quiet thunder. His oratorios still stir audiences. His operas are revived, admired for their brilliance and boldness. But perhaps most touching is the way his Messiah continues to rise, sung across centuries, in candlelit churches, in grand halls, on winter nights, where voices unite to declare joy, hope, and light. George Friedrich Handel was not born to a musical family. He did not inherit his gifts. He earned them, built them, shaped them, and then with grace he shared them with the world, gifts of sound that lift us, comfort us, and remind us that even in silence, beauty waits to be heard. So close your eyes now, dear dreamer. Let Handel's harmonies cradle you gently, and may the music of angels guide you into rest. Sleep well, and sweet dreams. Franz Schubert, In the quiet town of Vienna, in the early months of 1797, a boy named Franz Schubert was born into a humble family. His father was a schoolmaster, strict but loving, who taught young Franz the value of discipline. Music found him early, as if it were stitched into the fabric of his very being. At a tender age, he began to compose simple melodies and sing with a voice that was pure and full of promise. Schubert's childhood was framed by the gentle hum of Vienna's streets and the warmth of his family's small home. His older brother Ignaz, a violinist, encouraged him, and his lessons with his father laid the foundation for a musical journey that would carry him beyond the boundaries of his modest origins. Though life was not always easy, the boy found solace in the songs he wrote, often inspired by poetry and the whispered tales of nature. As he grew, Schubert's talent blossomed quietly but steadily. He was a master of the art song, the lied-setting words to music with a sensitivity that seemed to breathe life into every phrase. His melodies were simple but profound, touching hearts with the delicate balance of light and shadow. Soon he was composing not only songs but symphonies, chamber music, and piano works, all infused with a lyrical beauty that would come to define his legacy. Yet his path was not paved with fame or fortune. Schubert lived much of his life in the shadows of others, celebrated by a small circle of friends and musicians, but largely overlooked by the wider world. His health was fragile. He battled illness that clouded both his body and his spirit. Even so, his creativity never dimmed. He wrote prolifically, as if racing against time, filling notebooks with scores that overflowed with emotion. In those years, he found inspiration in the poetry of Goethe, Müller, and his contemporaries. Each poem was a seed from which music grew, sometimes joyous, sometimes melancholy, always honest. His songs spoke of love and loss, nature and night, dreams and despair. They were conversations between the soul and the world. Despite his gentle nature, Schubert's life was marked by struggle. He suffered from syphilis, a disease that slowly sapped his strength and shadowed his days. Yet in the face of suffering, his music remained radiant. He poured his heart into his compositions, never ceasing to create beauty, even as his body weakened. His final years were spent in quiet contemplation. Friends gathered around him, recognizing the brilliance they feared the world might lose. Schubert died young, at just 31, in 1828, his passing as soft as a fading melody. Yet even in death, his music endured, a testament to a soul who loved deeply and expressed that love through sound. Today, Franz Schubert's songs are sung in concert halls around the globe. His symphonies echo through time. His piano pieces sparkle with grace. And through it all, the gentle voice of the young boy from Vienna whispers, still a reminder that even the briefest life can leave a lasting imprint of beauty. So now let the soft strains of Schubert's melodies soothe your thoughts. Let the tender notes cradle you as you drift into dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of sound. Sweet dreams. Johannes Brahms. In the bustling city of Hamburg in 1833, a boy named Johannes Brahms was born into a working-class family. His father, a musician and bassist, taught him the rhythms of the world through the deep tones of the double bass. From early childhood, Johannes showed a fierce hunger for music, fingers eager to dance across the keys, ears tuned to every melody that drifted through the air. His youth was filled with the sounds of the city streets, the bustling harbor, and the warmth of a modest home where music was both refuge and passion. Though Brahms came from humble beginnings, his talent was undeniable. As a boy, he played in taverns and small halls, earning money to help support his family. But beneath the practical hustle, a profound musical mind was at work, one that would grow to challenge the giants of the past while shaping the future of music itself. He was a thinker and a craftsman, molding sound with deliberate care and deep feeling. His rise came slowly, marked by perseverance and the support of mentors who recognized his gift. When Brahms met Robert and Clara Schumann, two pillars of the romantic music world, his path shifted. The encouragement of Robert and the enduring friendship of Clara opened doors and hearts, fueling his determination. Though the world was full of larger-than-life composers, Brahms carved out his own voice, one rooted in tradition, yet bursting with emotional depth. In his early career, Brahms faced high expectations and fierce comparisons, yet he remained patient, refusing to rush. He composed carefully, crafting symphonies, concertos, and chamber music that balanced complexity with heartfelt warmth. His music often reflected the tensions and tenderness of life, moments of joy shadowed by melancholy, strength softened by vulnerability. As his reputation grew, Brahms's music began to resonate far beyond his homeland. He became a bridge between classical forms and romantic passion, respected for his ability to blend rigorous structure with rich emotion. He worked tirelessly, composing late into the night, perfecting every note as if it were a secret to be unveiled only to those who truly listened. But Brahms's life was not free from sorrow. He never married, and many believed his love for Clara Schumann, a woman both muse and friend, remained unfulfilled. This quiet yearning, perhaps, poured into his music, lending it a haunting beauty. Despite the public acclaim, Brahms often retreated into solitude, finding solace in nature and the written word. His later years brought both honor and reflection. He continued to compose masterpieces, each carrying the weight of experience and the lightness of hope. His music became a companion to those who sought comfort in complexity, a refuge for restless minds. When he passed away in 1897, the world mourned the loss of a composer whose works bridged centuries and stirred souls. Today, Brahms' melodies still echo in concert halls and quiet rooms, a timeless reminder of dedication, depth, and the delicate dance between strength and sensitivity. His legacy whispers softly, a call to listen closely, to find peace in the layers of sound, and to carry his music gently into the night. May the gentle rhythms of Brahms' music cradle you now, and may you drift softly into dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of melodies. Sweet dreams. Richard Wagner. In the heart of Leipzig in 1813, Richard Wagner was born into a world buzzing with possibility and tension. His father passed away when Richard was very young, leaving the family in uncertain times, yet the boy found his refuge in music and stories. From an early age, Wagner was drawn to the power of myths, legends, and the dramatic tales that stirred the imagination, stories that would later echo deeply in his compositions. His youth was a restless journey. Wagner was ambitious, passionate, and often rebellious. He studied music with fervor, learning to compose and conduct. But life was never simple. He faced financial troubles, scandals, and political upheaval, moving across cities like a storm of creativity and controversy. His dreams were vast, to transform opera into something greater, something that combined music, poetry, and drama into a seamless whole. As he rose in his career, Wagner began to create works that challenged the conventions of his time. His operas were monumental, grand stories drawn from Norse sagas and Germanic myths, filled with heroes, gods, and dark passions. These works demanded attention, calling listeners into immersive worlds where music and story intertwined in bold new ways. Early success brought both admiration and fierce criticism. Wagner's ideas were revolutionary, and not everyone welcomed his bold vision. Yet he remained relentless, pushing boundaries and perfecting his craft. His music grew richer, more intense, filled with leitmotifs, recurring musical themes representing characters, ideas, and emotions, weaving complex tapestries of sound. Life was not without hardship. Wagner struggled with debts and exile, often forced to flee due to political troubles. Yet, even in hardship, his creativity burned bright. He poured himself into works like Tristan und Isolde, The Ring Cycle, and Parsifal, each a vast journey into the depths of human emotion, myth, and destiny. His influence was profound but controversial. Wagner's music demanded patience and reflection, offering a dramatic experience unlike any other. Some saw him as a genius, others as a tyrant of art, but none could deny the power of his vision. His works inspired artists across generations, and the festival he founded at Bayreuth became a pilgrimage for lovers of music drama. In his final years, Wagner found peace in his creations. His legacy was secured, though his life remained complex, full of contradictions, brilliance, and turmoil. When he passed in 1883, the world marked the end of an era, yet his music continued to echo, haunting and magnificent. Today, Wagner's operas are grand spectacles, inviting audiences into realms where myth and music collide. His voice, both challenging and moving, calls us to explore the vast landscapes of passion, power, and redemption. So now let Wagner's sweeping melodies wash over you like a gentle tide, carrying you into dreams filled with ancient stories and deep quiet. Sleep well, dear dreamer of legends. Sweet dreams. Giuseppe Verdi. In the small village of Laronco in Italy, 1813 welcomed the birth of Giuseppe Verdi, a boy destined to fill the world with music that would stir hearts and echo through generations. From an early age, Verdi was surrounded by the simple rhythms of rural life, church bells, folk songs, and the warmth of family gatherings. His father was a storekeeper, and young Giuseppe's early years were humble but rich in the sounds that would shape his soul. Verdi's childhood was marked by a growing fascination with music, encouraged by the local organist and choirmaster. He learned to play the organ and absorbed the beauty of Italian opera, which was blossoming into a popular art form. As a young man, he pursued his dreams with passion and determination, studying music despite financial hardships and personal loss. His rise to fame was propelled by a fierce dedication to his craft and a deep love for the dramatic stories that opera could tell. Verdi's early works met with mixed success, but his breakthrough came with Nabucco, a powerful opera that resonated with audiences hungry for expression and national pride. The stirring chorus, Va Pensiero, became an anthem for freedom, echoing beyond the theater walls. As his career blossomed, Verdi's operas became grand spectacles of emotion and conflict. He painted vivid characters, passionate lovers, tragic heroes, and relentless villains, all brought to life through sweeping melodies and dramatic orchestration. His work was human, reflecting the struggles and hopes of his time, especially the yearning for Italy's unification. Verdi's early successes were followed by periods of both joy and sorrow. He suffered personal tragedies, losing his wife and children, yet continued to create music that touched the soul. His compositions matured, blending lyrical beauty with intense drama, shaping masterpieces like Rigoletto, La Traviata, and Ida. The turning point in Verdi's life came with a newfound confidence and independence. He began to control every aspect of his productions, ensuring his vision was realized fully. His music grew richer, more complex, reflecting his experience and wisdom. His work spoke not only of love and betrayal, but also of politics, freedom, and the human condition. Verdi's later years were marked by respect and admiration. He became a symbol of Italian culture and pride, his music celebrated worldwide. Even as age slowed his steps, his creative spirit remained vibrant. When he passed away in 1901, the world mourned a composer whose melodies had become the heartbeat of an era. Today, Giuseppe Verdi's operas continue to captivate audiences, their melodies timeless and their stories eternal. His music invites us to feel deeply, to dream freely, and to remember the power of art to move the human spirit. Let the rich, flowing melodies of Verdi's music soothe you now, carrying you gently into peaceful dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of song. Sweet dreams. Claude Debussy. In 1862, Claude Debussy was born in the bustling port city of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, near Paris. From a young age, he was captivated by the subtle sounds around him, the rustling of leaves, the whispers of the wind, and the gentle flow of water. His parents noticed his delicate sensitivity and enrolled him in the Paris Conservatory, where his journey into the world of music truly began. Debussy's childhood was marked by curiosity and imagination. He was drawn to painting and literature as much as to music, weaving a rich tapestry of inspiration that would shape his unique style. His early compositions reflected the classical traditions he studied, but beneath the surface stirred a restless spirit eager to break free and explore new realms of sound. As Debussy matured, he began to forge a path unlike any before him. He rejected the grand dramatic operas and symphonies popular in his time, seeking instead to capture fleeting moments, moods, and colors through his music. His rise to prominence came with works like Prélude à l'après-midi d'un faune, which painted a dreamlike world with delicate harmonies and shimmering tones. His music was a gentle rebellion, an invitation to listen with fresh ears. Debussy's compositions evoked images of nature, water lilies floating on a pond, or the play of moonlight on the ocean. He mastered the art of suggestion, using scales and chords that blurred boundaries and created ethereal atmospheres. His piano pieces, like the Clair de Lune, remain some of the most beloved lullabies of the classical repertoire. Though he faced criticism from traditionalists, Debussy's innovative voice resonated with a new generation of artists and listeners. His music became a symbol of impressionism, not in paint but in sound, a movement that embraced light, shadow, and the subtle nuances of experience. He composed with a painter's palette, mixing tones to create scenes that whispered rather than shouted. In his personal life, Debussy experienced both joy and heartbreak. His relationships were often complicated, yet his creative output never waned. As he grew older, his music deepened, reflecting his complex emotions and philosophical reflections. Even as illness crept into his life, he continued to compose, pouring his soul into every note. When he passed away in 1918, Debussy left behind a legacy of musical innovation and beauty. His works invite listeners to slow down, to breathe, and to find wonder in the smallest details of sound. They are a gentle reminder that music can be both a refuge and a revelation. Now let the soft, shimmering melodies of Debussy's music wash over you like a cool breeze, carrying you gently into dreams filled with light and shadow. Sleep well, dear wanderer of sound. Sweet dreams. Igor Stravinsky. Igor Stravinsky was born in 1882 in Oranienbaum, Russia, into a family steeped in music and art. His father was a renowned opera singer, and young Igor grew up surrounded by melodies and stories that stirred his imagination. From early childhood, music was woven into the fabric of his life, though he did not begin formal studies until later, when his passion took hold with full force. Stravinsky's early years were shaped by a love for Russian folklore and the rich cultural tapestry of his homeland. As he grew, he pursued composition with a fiery determination, studying under famous teachers and absorbing influences that would fuel his creative fire. His early compositions reflected the traditional styles of the time, but hinted at a bold new voice waiting to emerge. His rise to international fame came with The Firebird, a ballet filled with vivid colors, rhythmic energy, and captivating melodies drawn from Russian fairy tales. Audiences were mesmerized by the power and freshness of his work, which seemed to burst with life and unpredictability. This success was quickly followed by Petrushka and then The Rite of Spring, a revolutionary ballet that shocked and fascinated the world with its raw energy and complex rhythms. Stravinsky's early reign in the world of music was one of innovation and daring. He broke away from classical traditions and embraced modernism with fearless creativity. His works challenged listeners, demanding attention and opening new doors of musical expression. The controversies surrounding The Rite of Spring were as famous as the music itself, marking a turning point in 20th century art. As his career progressed, Stravinsky moved through different styles, embracing neoclassicism with works that referenced older forms and structures, but infused with his unique voice. Later, his music became more reflective, sometimes spiritual, showing his ongoing evolution as an artist who never settled but always sought new paths. Throughout his life, Stravinsky was a restless traveler, moving across countries and cultures, absorbing influences from all corners of the world. His music mirrored this journey, dynamic, unpredictable, and endlessly inventive. He faced challenges and changes with resilience, adapting and growing as both a person and a composer. When Stravinsky passed away in 1971, he left behind a vast legacy that reshaped music forever. His compositions continue to inspire and provoke, inviting us to explore rhythms and sounds beyond the ordinary. His spirit lives on in every bold note and daring rhythm. Now, as you settle down to rest, let Stravinsky's vibrant and rhythmic melodies carry you gently into a world of dreams full of color and motion. Sleep well, dear dreamer of music. Sweet dreams. Joseph Haydn. In 1732, Joseph Haydn was born in a small Austrian village, where life was simple and the sounds of folk music filled the air. From a young age, Haydn showed an extraordinary ear for melody and rhythm. Though his family was poor, his talent shone brightly, and he was sent to Vienna to study music as a choir boy, where he absorbed the rich traditions of the classical era. Haydn's early years were marked by hardship and perseverance. After losing his voice as a choir boy, he struggled to find steady work, but remained dedicated to composing and performing. Slowly, his reputation grew as he developed a style that was both joyful and inventive, full of wit and warmth. As his career blossomed, Haydn secured a position as the court musician for the wealthy Esterházy family. This role gave him stability and the freedom to compose prolifically. Over decades, he crafted hundreds of symphonies, string quartets, and piano works, earning the title Father of the Symphony and Father of the String Quartet. Haydn's music was characterized by clarity, balance, and elegance. He played with form and expectation, surprising listeners with playful twists and gentle humor. His compositions were like conversations, inviting audiences to smile and reflect in equal measure. Despite his success, Haydn remained humble and hardworking. His early struggles made him appreciate every opportunity, and his loyalty to the Esterházys was unwavering. Through his music, he helped define the classical style, influencing many composers who came after him, including Mozart and Beethoven. In his later years, Haydn traveled to England, where his music was met with great acclaim. He returned home to continued admiration and continued composing until his health declined. When he passed away in 1809, he left behind a treasure trove of music that shaped the course of Western classical tradition. Joseph Haydn's legacy is one of brilliance and joy, a reminder that creativity flourishes even in the humblest beginnings. His melodies continue to bring light and calm to listeners around the world. Now let the gentle harmonies of Haydn's music cradle you softly into restful dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of melodies. Sweet dreams. Franz Liszt. Franz Liszt was born in 1811 in the bustling town of Rating, Hungary, into a family where music was as natural as breathing. From his earliest days, Liszt showed extraordinary promise, dazzling those around him with a natural talent that seemed to leap from his fingertips. His father, A musician himself, nurtured this gift, guiding young Franz through the rigorous study of piano and composition. Liszt's childhood was filled with tireless practice and a growing hunger for musical expression. By the time he was a teenager, he was already considered a virtuoso pianist, his performances filled with passion and brilliance that left audiences spellbound. He traveled widely across Europe, wowing crowds with his breathtaking skill and revolutionary approach to the piano. As his fame grew, Liszt's life was a whirlwind of concerts, admirers, and creative energy. But beneath the glittering surface lay a restless spirit seeking deeper meaning. His compositions began to explore new forms and emotions, blending technical mastery with poetic imagination. Pieces like the Hungarian Rhapsodies and Liebestraum became beloved for their fiery intensity and tender lyricism. Liszt's influence reached far beyond his own performances. He became a teacher and mentor to many, shaping the next generation of composers and pianists. His role as a conductor and innovator expanded his impact, pushing the boundaries of romantic music and inspiring artistic freedom. Though he faced personal struggles and moments of doubt, Liszt's devotion to music never wavered. Later in life, he embraced spirituality, composing deeply reflective works and finding solace in faith. His journey was one of passion, transformation, and enduring creativity. When Liszt passed away in 1886, the world mourned the loss of a towering figure whose music had changed the course of history. His legacy lives on in every note that dances from the piano, inviting listeners to feel the power and beauty of the human soul. Now let the sweeping melodies of Liszt's music carry you gently into a peaceful slumber, wrapping you in warmth and wonder. Sleep well, dear dreamer of the keys. Sweet dreams. Robert Schumann. Robert Schumann was born in 1810 in Zwickau, Germany, into a family that cherished literature and music. From a young age, he was drawn to poetry and the piano, weaving his love for words and melody into a unique creative spirit. His early years were marked by dreams of becoming a great composer and critic, fueled by an intense passion for the arts. As a young man, Schumann studied law but soon abandoned it to devote himself entirely to music. His rise was steady, filled with both triumphs. He poured his soul into compositions that expressed deep emotions, from the joy of love to the pains of inner turmoil. His piano works and lieder, songs, touched hearts with their lyrical beauty and heartfelt intensity. For a time, Schumann's music inspired hope and excitement in the growing romantic movement. His marriage to Clara Wieck, a brilliant pianist, was a source of joy in creative partnership, enriching both their lives and careers. Together, they navigated the challenges of a life devoted to music. But behind his passionate exterior, Schumann battled mental illness, which shadowed his later years. His compositions grew darker and more complex, reflecting his inner struggles. Despite this, his artistic output remained remarkable, pushing the boundaries of romantic expression. In the final years of his life, Schumann's health declined, and he spent time in a mental institution. Though his earthly journey ended in 1856, his music lives on as a testament to the beauty and pain of the human spirit. His works continue to resonate, offering comfort and inspiration to listeners around the world. Now let the tender melodies of Schumann's music gently lull you into a world of calm and dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of emotions. Sweet dreams. Sergei Rachmaninoff. Sergei Rachmaninoff was born in 1873 on a family estate near Novgorod, Russia. From the very beginning, his life was surrounded by music and culture. His mother, a skilled pianist, nurtured his early love for the piano, and his childhood home was filled with the sounds of classical music. The young Sergei showed a natural gift, playing melodies by ear even before he could read music, and his talent blossomed quickly under the guidance of patient teachers. Rachmaninoff's upbringing was marked by both beauty and hardship. Though his family was noble, they faced financial struggles, and his parents' separation added a layer of sadness to his early years. Yet these challenges only deepened his emotional connection to music, which became both an escape and a means of expression. He was admitted to the Moscow Conservatory, where his skills flourished, and his passion for composition grew stronger. His rise to fame was swift after graduating, with his first piano concerto and other works drawing attention for their lush melodies and deep emotional intensity. But success did not come without its trials. The poor reception of his first symphony was a crushing blow, plunging Rachmaninoff into a period of depression and creative paralysis. It was through therapy and sheer will that he gradually recovered, returning with his beloved Piano Concerto No. 2, a work full of sweeping romance and heartbreak that secured his place as one of Russia's greatest composers. Throughout his early reign in the world of music, Rachmaninoff's compositions were celebrated for their passionate lyricism and rich textures. His music seemed to capture the soul's yearning and melancholy, resonating deeply with audiences across the world. At the same time, he was a virtuoso pianist, known for his powerful yet sensitive playing, which brought his compositions vividly to life. As political unrest grew in Russia, Rachmaninoff faced the painful choice to leave his homeland. The revolution forced him into exile, a turning point that would shape the rest of his life. Though he found refuge in America and Europe, the distance from his roots weighed heavily on his heart. His music began to reflect a nostalgia for a lost world, filled with longing and bittersweet memories. During this period, Rachmaninoff's fame grew internationally, both as a composer and a performer. He toured extensively, enchanting audiences with his profound interpretations and technical mastery. Yet beneath the surface, he wrestled with the exile's loneliness and the pressure to preserve his artistic identity in unfamiliar lands. His later years were quieter, but no less meaningful. He continued to compose, teach, and perform, leaving behind masterpieces that blended tradition with personal expression. When he passed away in 1943, the world mourned the loss of a giant whose music spoke so eloquently of love, loss, and resilience. Now, as you prepare to rest, let the rich, sweeping melodies of Rachmaninoff's piano gently wash over you, carrying you into a peaceful night filled with dreams. Sleep well, dear dreamer of profound beauty. Sweet dreams. Dmitri Shostakovich. Dmitri Shostakovich was born in 1906 in St. Petersburg, Russia, into a family that valued education and culture. From an early age, his prodigious musical talent became clear, and he began piano lessons as a child. The rich musical environment of the city surrounded him, and the sounds of Russian folk tunes mingled with the grand traditions of classical music in his young mind. Shostakovich's rise was marked by early brilliance. He entered the Petrograd Conservatory at a young age, where his exceptional skills flourished. His youthful compositions showed promise and originality, capturing the attention of critics and audiences alike. By his early 20s, Shostakovich had already made a name for himself with his first symphony, a work full of energy and wit, signaling the arrival of a fresh and bold musical voice. However, his early success also placed him under intense scrutiny. The turbulent political climate of Soviet Russia meant that artists were constantly watched, and the line between creativity and conformity was thin. Shostakovich navigated this dangerous landscape with both caution and defiance, sometimes praised, other times censured by the state. A turning point came in 1936 when his opera Lady Macbeth of Mtsensk was denounced in a harsh government critique. This public condemnation shook him deeply, forcing him into a period of fear and uncertainty. His music shifted, becoming more guarded and coded, a complex dialogue with the oppressive regime. Despite this, Shostakovich's genius remained undiminished, his works reflecting both his personal anguish and the collective struggles of his country. During the years of World War II and after, Shostakovich composed some of his most profound and intense music, including symphonies that grappled with themes of suffering, resilience, and hope. His compositions blended dark irony with moments of soaring beauty, capturing the emotional complexity of life under constant threat. He became a symbol of artistic courage, using music as a voice for those silenced by fear. Though his life was marked by health problems and political pressure, Shostakovich continued to create, leaving a vast and powerful body of work. His later compositions showed a reflective depth, a quiet resilience, and a profound humanity. When he passed away in 1975, he left behind a legacy of music that remains a testament to the enduring spirit of creativity amidst hardship. Now let the haunting, intricate melodies of Shostakovich's music guide you gently into the calm embrace of night. Sleep well, dear dreamer of courage and complexity. Sweet dreams. Maurice Ravel. Maurice Ravel was born in 1875 in the enchanting city of Cibourg, France, a place where the gentle sea breeze and rich Basque culture mingled to create a unique backdrop for his early years. From a young age, Ravel displayed a quiet but intense fascination with music. His family nurtured his interest, and by the time he was a child, he was already immersed in the study of piano and composition, fascinated by the interplay of sounds and colors. As he grew, Ravel's talent blossomed under the guidance of the prestigious Paris Conservatoire, where he studied with some of the most respected musicians of his time. His early compositions revealed a meticulous attention to detail, a love of clarity, and a desire to innovate within the classical tradition. Unlike many of his contemporaries who embraced the grandiose, Ravel was drawn to precision and subtlety, weaving intricate textures and shimmering harmonies into his music. Ravel's rise to fame was marked by both critical acclaim and occasional controversy. His work Bolero, a hypnotic, endlessly repeating melody with gradually intensifying orchestration, became one of his most famous pieces, enchanting audiences worldwide with its steady build and captivating rhythm. Yet beyond this popular success, Ravel's compositions ranged from delicate piano works to lush orchestral colors, always with a distinctive style that combined elegance and innovation. Despite his growing reputation, Ravel was known for being a private and modest man, devoted to his craft rather than seeking the spotlight. His music often reflected a fascination with exotic themes and impressionist textures, painting vivid sound pictures inspired by nature, poetry, and travel. Pieces like Daphnis et Chloe and Pavane pour une infante defunte reveal a delicate balance of mystery and beauty, inviting listeners into dreamlike worlds. As time went on, Ravel's health began to decline, and he faced challenges that gradually silenced his creative voice. Yet even in his later years, his legacy continued to inspire musicians and composers around the globe. When he passed away in 1937, the world lost a master of color and form whose music remains timeless, a gentle whisper of elegance and imagination. Now let the shimmering waves of Ravel's music wash over you, guiding you softly into a night of peaceful dreams. Sleep well, dear dreamer of delicate wonders. Sweet dreams. Camille Saint-Saëns. Camille Saint-Saëns was born in 1835 in Paris, France, into a family that nurtured his prodigious musical talents from the very start. As a child, he was a musical prodigy. By the age of 3, he could play the piano, and by 5, he was already composing. His parents encouraged his gifts, surrounding him with music and education that fostered his early genius. The vibrant cultural life of Paris became the backdrop for his formative years, shaping a young mind eager to explore sound and expression. Saint-Saëns quickly rose through the ranks of the French musical world, gaining a reputation as a versatile and accomplished composer, pianist, and organist. His early career was marked by a brilliant blend of classical elegance and romantic passion. He embraced many forms, from symphonies to operas, and even chamber music. Among his most famous works are The Carnival of the Animals, a whimsical suite that brings creatures to life through music, and the powerful organ symphony, which showcases his mastery of orchestral color. During his early reign in the world of music, Saint-Saëns was celebrated not only for his compositions, but also for his virtuosity as a performer and his dedication to music education. He taught and mentored many young musicians, influencing the next generation. His works balance tradition and innovation, always grounded in clarity, elegance, and melodic charm. As time went on, Saint-Saëns' career flourished, but he was never one to seek the limelight unnecessarily. He was respected for his professionalism, his wide-ranging interests, and his calm intellectual approach to music. His life was marked by a deep love for travel, literature, and the sciences, all of which inspired the rich textures and varied moods in his compositions. In his later years, Saint-Saëns continued composing, conducting, and performing, even as the musical landscape around him began to change with new avant-garde movements. Though he remained somewhat traditional, his music retained a timeless beauty that continued to touch hearts. He passed away in 1921, leaving behind a legacy of refined artistry and joyful invention. Now, as you settle into quiet rest, let the graceful melodies of Saint-Saëns' music carry you gently into the realm of dreams. Sleep well, dear dreamer of elegant soundscapes. Sweet dreams. Edvard Grieg. Edvard Grieg was born in 1843 in Bergen, Norway, a land of majestic fjords and deep cultural traditions that would shape his musical soul. From his earliest days, the sounds of Norwegian folk songs and the natural beauty around him stirred a deep connection to music. His family encouraged his talents, and as a boy, he showed remarkable skill on the piano, drawing inspiration from the melodies and rhythms of his homeland. Grieg's rise began with his formal studies at the Leipzig Conservatory, where he absorbed the grand traditions of European classical music. Yet he never lost sight of his roots. His compositions beautifully blend the richness of Norwegian folk music with the refined techniques of the classical style, creating works that feel both personal and universal. Pieces like Peer Gynt and lyric pieces reveal a tender affection for nature, myth, and the human heart. During his early career, Grieg gained recognition for his unique voice, one that carried the spirit of Norway to concert halls far beyond its borders. His music resonated with listeners through its vivid storytelling and heartfelt emotion. Though he often struggled with health problems, his passion for composing never waned, and his works were embraced across Europe. Grieg's middle years saw a deepening of his musical expression. His collaborations with playwright Henrik Ibsen and his travels across Europe broadened his artistic horizons. However, he remained ever dedicated to promoting Norwegian music and culture, inspiring generations of composers who followed. His melodies evoke images of misty mountains, flowing rivers, and ancient legends, inviting listeners into a serene, enchanted world. In later life, despite bouts of illness and the hardships of the times, Grieg continued to compose and perform, his music carrying a sense of calm resilience and quiet joy. When he passed away in 1907, he left behind a legacy deeply woven into the fabric of Norwegian identity and the hearts of music lovers everywhere. Now let the gentle waves of Grieg's melodies soothe your mind, guiding you softly into a night filled with peaceful dreams. Sleep well, dear dreamer of serene landscapes. Sweet dreams. Karl Orff. Karl Orff was born in 1895 in Munich, Germany, into a family that appreciated art and culture. From a young age, he showed a strong interest in music and theater, fascinated by the rhythms and stories that sound could tell. His childhood was filled with learning and exploration, and he quickly developed a unique approach to composition that combined the ancient with the modern, the simple with the profound. Orff's rise in the musical world came through his dedication to education and innovation. He believed deeply that music should be accessible to everyone, especially children, and developed creative teaching methods that used movement, speech, and percussion to awaken musical awareness. His work in music education left a lasting impact, inspiring countless students and educators worldwide. Beyond teaching, Orff's own compositions revealed a powerful connection to rhythm and primal energy. His most famous work, Carmina Burana, is a vivid, dramatic cantata based on medieval poems, bursting with intense rhythms and unforgettable melodies. This piece, with its powerful chorus and striking orchestration, captures both the joy and the darker passions of human experience. During his career, Orff faced the challenges of working in Germany during turbulent times, including the rise of the Nazi regime. His music was at times embraced and at times scrutinized, but through it all, he maintained a focus on creativity and the emotional power of sound. His compositions often blend ancient themes with modern sensibilities, creating a timeless connection between past and present. As Orff grew older, he continued to compose and refine his ideas about music and education, always striving to create works that move the spirit and engage the mind. His legacy is not only in the notes he wrote, but in the way he opened doors for others to experience the magic of music firsthand. Now let the pulsing rhythms and rich harmonies of Orff's music carry you gently into a restful night. Sleep well, dear dreamer of ancient stories and vibrant sounds. Sweet dreams, Aaron Copland. Aaron Copland was born in 1900 in Brooklyn, New York, to Jewish immigrant parents who valued culture and education deeply. From an early age, music surrounded him, a gift that blossomed quickly as he showed remarkable talent on the piano and a keen interest in composition. Growing up in the bustling, diverse city of New York, Copland absorbed the sounds of jazz, folk tunes, and classical music, all weaving together to shape his unique voice. His childhood was marked by curiosity and discipline, as he studied piano lessons with unwavering dedication, while also exploring the wider world of music theory and composition. His rise in the music world began with studies in Paris under the guidance of the renowned Nadia Boulanger. This experience was transformative, exposing him to modernist trends and refining his compositional skills. Unlike many composers who remained focused solely on European traditions, Copland sought to develop a distinctly American sound, one that echoed the wide-open landscapes, the spirit of the common people, and the vibrant cultural tapestry of his homeland. By the 1930s, his compositions began to draw attention, resonating with audiences through their accessibility, rhythmic vitality, and melodic warmth. In his early years as a prominent composer, Copland gained popularity for works like Appalachian Spring, Rodeo, and Billy the Kid, pieces that captured the essence of the American frontier and everyday life. His music embodied hope and optimism during difficult times, especially the Great Depression, offering a sense of shared identity and resilience. Copland's ability to combine folk themes with classical structure made his music both innovative and deeply relatable, securing his place as a leading figure in American music. However, the turning point came during the political tensions of the 1940s and 1950s, when the Red Scare cast suspicion on many artists and intellectuals. Though Copland was never officially blacklisted, his left-leaning sympathies and outspoken support for social justice led to scrutiny by the House Un-American Activities Committee. This period was challenging, forcing him to retreat somewhat from public life and reconsider his artistic direction. The pressure weighed on him, but his commitment to music and his ideals never faltered. The era of political fear and repression marked a difficult chapter, yet Copland used it as a time for reflection and artistic growth rather than despair. His later compositions became more introspective and complex, exploring new harmonic languages and textures. Despite the challenges, he remained a guiding light for younger composers and an advocate for music education. He taught at several institutions, spreading his belief that music should speak to people's hearts and minds alike. As Copland aged, he slowly withdrew from composing due to health issues, but remained influential through teaching, conducting, and writing about music. He died in 1990, leaving behind a legacy that shaped the course of American music. His work remains a symbol of creativity that is at once deeply personal and widely universal, a testament to the spirit of innovation and hope. Now, as you drift into peaceful rest, let the sweeping melodies and gentle harmonies of Aaron Copland's music carry you softly into dreams. Sleep well, dear dreamer of open plains and endless skies. Sweet dreams. Eric Satie. Eric Satie was born in 1866 in Honfleur, a small, picturesque town on the coast of Normandy, France. His early years were marked by a quiet, somewhat solitary childhood, where the rhythms of the sea and the peaceful countryside seemed to seep into his very being. Raised by his mother after his father's death when he was still young, Satie's upbringing was humble and modest, but filled with a gentle kindness that nurtured his innate artistic sensibilities. From a young age, he displayed a curious and independent mind, drawn to music not as a pursuit of grandeur, but as an intimate, personal expression. As he grew, Satie's the world of music was unconventional. Unlike many composers of his time who sought fame and acceptance through grand symphonies or operas, Satie embraced simplicity and eccentricity. He studied at the Paris Conservatory but never fully conformed to its strict rules, often challenging tradition with his unorthodox compositions. His early career was marked by struggle and obscurity, but he quietly built a reputation among avant-garde circles in Paris, where his wit, humor, and unique style caught the attention of other artists and musicians. During his rise, Satie became involved with some of the most important artistic movements of the early 20th century, mingling with figures like Claude Debussy and Jean Cocteau. His music, often minimalist and repetitive, was a sharp contrast to the elaborate compositions that dominated the era. Pieces such as Gymnopédies and Nocturnes were simple yet haunting, evoking moods that were meditative and dreamlike. His work paved the way for later movements like minimalism and surrealism, challenging listeners to rethink what music could be. Though there was a brief period of recognition and hope in his early career, Satie remained a somewhat enigmatic figure. His eccentric personality and unconventional approach meant that he never achieved widespread fame during his lifetime. Instead, he gained a cult following among those who appreciated his delicate humor and the poetic silence between his notes. His life was marked by periods of poverty and isolation, but also by bursts of creative energy that would leave a lasting imprint on modern music. A turning point in Satie's life came in the 1910s when he began collaborating with the Ballet Russes and other avant-garde artists, producing works that combined music with dance and visual art. These collaborations brought him new attention and allowed his ideas to reach a wider audience. Despite this, Satie's health and finances remained precarious, and his later years were spent in relative obscurity, quietly influencing generations of composers who came after him. There was no corruption or terror in his story, but rather the quiet struggle of an artist who defied norms and stayed true to his vision. Satie's music was never about power or fame. It was about exploring the delicate spaces between sound and silence, creating a new language that spoke directly to the soul. His death in 1925 marked the end of a life lived quietly but with a rebellious spirit that continues to inspire. Reflecting on Satie's legacy, we see a figure who was ahead of his time, a pioneer who questioned the conventions of music and art. His influence can be felt in the works of countless composers and artists who followed, and his compositions remain beloved for their haunting beauty and gentle eccentricity. Now, as you settle into the calm of the night, let the soft, tender melodies of Eric Satie's music carry you gently into a world of peaceful dreams. Sleep well, dear dreamer of quiet moments and subtle wonders. Sweet dreams. Gustav Holst. Gustav Holst was born in 1874 in Cheltenham, England, into a musical family that nurtured his early passion for sound and composition. His father was a professional musician, and from a young age, Holst was surrounded by music, learning to play the piano and organ, as well as developing an ear for harmony. Despite suffering from poor eyesight, which plagued him throughout his life, Holst's determination and love for music propelled him forward. His childhood was marked by quiet focus and the steady cultivation of talent, set against the backdrop of Victorian England's rich musical tradition. Holst's rise in the world of music was gradual but steady. After studying at the Royal College of Music in London, where he was influenced by prominent teachers and the resurgence of English musical nationalism, he began to carve out a unique voice. Unlike many composers who sought fame through opera or grand symphonic works, Holst focused on choral music, orchestral pieces, and later ambitious suites that reflected his deep interest in mythology, astrology, and ancient cultures. His dedication to teaching also shaped his career, as he spent many years inspiring young musicians and shaping England's musical future. In his early years as a composer, Holst enjoyed a period of promise and growing recognition. Works such as the Planet Suite, composed between 1914 and 1916, brought him widespread acclaim. This orchestral masterpiece, inspired by astrology and the Roman gods, captured audiences with its vivid imagery and innovative orchestration. Pieces like Mars, the bringer of war, and Jupiter, the bringer of jollity, conveyed powerful emotions and sweeping narratives without words, making Holst's music both accessible and deeply evocative. Yet, despite this success, Holst remained humble and dedicated to his artistic vision. His interest in spirituality and Eastern philosophy deepened, influencing both his compositions and his personal life. This turning point led him to explore new sounds and structures, blending Western musical traditions with influences from India and other cultures. His work reflected a search for meaning and connection beyond the surface of everyday life. Holst's life was not marked by scandal or corruption. Instead, it was a steady commitment to art and education. His health, however, was often fragile, and he battled various ailments that slowed his output. Nevertheless, his perseverance ensured a lasting impact on English music. His role as a teacher and mentor was as important as his compositions, guiding future generations toward a broader musical understanding. In his final years, Holst's health declined, and he passed away in 1934, leaving behind a body of work that continues to inspire. His music stands as a bridge between the romantic traditions of the 19th century and the evolving modernism of the 20th, full of mystery, color, and profound emotion. As you drift into restful sleep tonight, may the cosmic harmonies and gentle melodies of Gustav Holst's music carry you softly into the realm of dreams. Sleep well, dear dreamer of stars and ancient tales. Sweet dreams. Jean Sibelius. John Sibelius was born in 1865 in Hämeenlinna, Finland, into a family with a strong appreciation for culture and the arts. His childhood was shaped by the natural beauty of the Finnish landscape, with its dense forests and shimmering lakes, which later deeply influenced his music. Though he lost both parents at a young age, Sibelius was raised by his uncle, who encouraged his early musical interests. From a young age, he displayed a profound connection to nature and a remarkable gift for composition, studying violin and piano while nurturing a growing passion for creating music that reflected his homeland's spirit. Sibelius's rise to prominence came through his studies in Helsinki and later in Berlin and Vienna, where he absorbed European classical traditions, but remained rooted in Finnish nationalism. At a time when Finland was seeking to assert its cultural identity under Russian rule, Sibelius emerged as a powerful voice for his country. His compositions blended the romanticism of the era with folk melodies and motifs, creating music that was both deeply personal and widely resonant. Early successes such as his Karelia Suite in Finlandia established him as a national hero and a masterful composer. During the early part of his career, Sibelius experienced growing recognition and hope. His symphonies and tone poems captured the imagination of audiences far beyond Finland's borders, conveying grandeur, melancholy, and resilience. His ability to evoke the rugged Finnish landscape and the spirit of his people through music made him an emblem of national pride and artistic excellence. His works like the Violin Concerto and the later symphonies showcased both his technical mastery and emotional depth. A turning point in Sibelius's life came in the 1920s and 1930s when he entered a long period of creative silence. Struggling with self-doubt, health issues, and the immense pressure of living up to his earlier successes, he ceased composing new major works. Despite this, he remained a revered figure, his earlier music continuing to inspire and influence. This silence added a layer of mystery to his legacy, as fans and scholars speculated on the reasons behind his withdrawal from the public creative life. Unlike tales of corruption or scandal, Sibelius' story is one of quiet struggle and profound artistic integrity. His later years were marked by a peaceful retreat into nature and a continued reflection on music and life. He lived modestly, dedicating time to his family and enjoying the tranquility of the Finnish countryside until his death in 1957. Sibelius's legacy is that of a national icon and a composer whose music transcended borders and time. He symbolized the power of art to express identity, emotion, and the profound connection between people and their land. His work remains a beacon of inspiration, celebrated for its evocative power and enduring beauty. As you close your eyes tonight, may the sweeping melodies and serene harmonies of Jean Sibelius's music carry you gently into a restful dreamscape. Sleep well, dear traveler of forests and skies. Sweet dreams. Leonard Bernstein. Leonard Bernstein was born in 1918 in Lawrence, Massachusetts, into a lively and musically inclined family. From a young age, he showed an extraordinary talent and passion for music, nurtured by his supportive parents who encouraged his studies in piano and composition. Bernstein's childhood was filled with the rhythms of American life, and his early exposure to diverse musical styles, from classical to jazz, helped shape his eclectic and dynamic approach. His keen intellect and charismatic personality would later make him a beloved figure both on and off the concert stage. Bernstein's rise to fame was rapid and remarkable. After graduating from Harvard University and studying at the Curtis Institute of Music, he gained national attention when he unexpectedly conducted the New York Philharmonic in 1943, stepping in last minute and dazzling the audience and critics alike. This breakthrough propelled him into the spotlight as a conductor, composer, and educator. Bernstein's ability to bridge classical music with popular culture, combined with his engaging style, made him a household name and a transformative figure in American music. His early career was marked by great promise and success. Bernstein composed a range of works, including symphonies, ballets, and musicals. His landmark musical West Side Story fused classical, jazz, and Latin influences, breaking new ground in American theater and music. As a conductor, he led some of the world's greatest orchestras with energy and passion, earning widespread acclaim. Bernstein's early achievements hinted at a new era of music that embraced diversity, innovation, and accessibility. A turning point in Bernstein's life came with his increasing commitment to education and activism. He used his fame to advocate for social justice and peace, incorporating these themes into his work and public appearances. Though he faced criticism at times for his outspoken views, Bernstein remained devoted to using music as a force for unity and change. This period deepened the emotional and political layers of his compositions and conducting, adding a powerful dimension to his artistry. Bernstein's career was not without its challenges. Personal struggles, including health issues and the pressures of fame, sometimes cast shadows over his life. Yet he persevered, continuing to inspire through teaching, conducting, and composing until his death in 1990. Despite occasional controversies, his legacy is one of brilliance, compassion, and boundless creativity. Reflecting on Bernstein's impact, we see a visionary who transformed music into a living, breathing dialogue between cultures, generations, and ideals. His work remains a testament to the power of art to uplift and connect, reminding us of the enduring human spirit. As you settle into the quiet of the night, let the vibrant rhythms and heartfelt melodies of Leonard Bernstein's music carry you gently into a world of calm and dreams. Sleep well, dear dreamer of passion and harmony. Sweet dreams. Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov. Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov was born in 1844 in Tikhvin, Russia, into a family with a rich naval tradition. His early years were shaped by discipline and a strict upbringing, as his father was an officer in the Russian Navy. Though initially following a naval career path himself, Rimsky-Korsakov's passion for music blossomed in his youth. He began studying piano and composition on his own, inspired by the rich folk traditions and vibrant cultural life of Russia. This early blend of military discipline and artistic curiosity would define his unique approach to composition. Rimsky-Korsakov's rise in the world of music was intertwined with a group of young Russian composers known as the Five, or the Mighty Handful. This collective aimed to create a distinctly Russian style of classical music, breaking away from Western European traditions. Despite lacking formal conservatory training early on, Rimsky-Korsakov's talent and dedication earned him a teaching position at the St. Petersburg Conservatory, where he influenced a generation of composers. His growing reputation was built on his mastery of orchestration and his ability to weave Russian folklore and exotic themes into his works. During his early career, Rimsky-Korsakov composed several operas, symphonic suites, and orchestral tone poems that gained popularity and respect. His work was celebrated for its vivid colors and imaginative storytelling through music. Pieces like Scheherazade and Russian Easter Festival Overture captured listeners with orchestration and narrative power, often drawing on Russian legends and fairy tales. This period was marked by increasing recognition and artistic confidence. A turning point in Korsakov's life came when he decided to formalize his musical education by attending the St. Petersburg Conservatory himself. Despite already being an established composer, this decision deepened his technical expertise and allowed him to refine his skills in harmony and counterpoint. His teaching career flourished alongside his composing, and his influence extended far beyond Russia, shaping the sound of Russian classical music worldwide. Rimsky-Korsakov's life was free from scandal or corruption. Instead, it was defined by dedication to his art and education. Though his conservative political views occasionally clashed with more radical artists, his commitment to preserving Russian musical heritage remained steadfast. His final years were spent teaching and revising his earlier works to enhance their orchestral brilliance. He passed away in 1908, leaving behind a vast legacy. His historical significance lies in his role as a bridge between Russian folk culture and classical music tradition. He elevated Russian music to new heights, inspiring composers like Stravinsky and Rachmaninoff. Rimsky-Korsakov's ability to paint stories with sound and his devotion to teaching remain enduring contributions to music history. As you drift into peaceful sleep tonight, may the shimmering melodies and enchanting tales of Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov's compositions guide you softly into your dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of magical soundscapes. Sweet dreams. Modest Mussorgsky. Modest Mussorgsky was born in 1839 into a noble Russian family in Karayevo, surrounded by the vast and often harsh landscapes of rural Russia. His childhood was steeped in the traditions of Russian folk music and storytelling, which deeply influenced his later works. Though initially trained in the military, Mussorgsky's heart was drawn to music, and he began studying composition independently. His family's wealth allowed him some freedom to pursue his artistic passions, but his upbringing was marked by a blend of privilege and the ruggedness of provincial life. Mussorgsky's rise to prominence was unconventional and closely tied to the nationalist movement in Russian music. He was part of the Five, a group of composers dedicated to creating music that was uniquely Russian, free from Western European influence. Unlike many of his peers, Mussorgsky's path was troubled by personal difficulties, including struggles with alcoholism and erratic behavior. Despite these challenges, his talent for creating vivid, emotionally charged music that captured the soul of Russia quickly earned him recognition. His operas and piano pieces began to attract attention for their raw power and originality. In the early years of his career, Mussorgsky produced works full of promise, including the opera Boris Godunov, which portrayed complex characters and dramatic storytelling drawn from Russian history. His music stood out for its bold harmonies and daring rhythms, often breaking conventional rules to evoke realism and psychological depth. This period was filled with creative bursts reflecting both his genius and the intensity of his personal life. A crucial turning point came as Mussorgsky's health and personal life deteriorated. His battles with alcoholism worsened, and he became increasingly isolated. These struggles affected his productivity and relationships with fellow composers. Despite this, some of his most profound works emerged during this time, including the evocative piano suite Pictures at an Exhibition, inspired by visual art and filled with vivid musical imagery. Mussorgsky's life was marked by tragedy and turmoil rather than corruption or scandal in the political sense. His erratic behavior and declining health led to his early death at just 42 years old, leaving several compositions unfinished or in rough form. However, his peers and later generations recognized the extraordinary depth and innovation of his music, which paved the way for new directions in Russian and world classical music. His legacy is that of a visionary who captured the raw essence of Russian culture and human emotion. Mussorgsky's boldness in breaking musical norms and his dedication to portraying truth in art continue to inspire musicians and listeners alike. His work remains a testament to the power of music as a mirror of the soul, with all its light and shadow. As you close your eyes tonight, let the haunting melodies and vivid stories of Modest Mussorgsky's music gently carry you into a peaceful dream. Sleep well, dear explorer of the human heart. Sweet dreams. Clara Schumann. Clara Schumann was born in 1819 in Leipzig, Germany, into a musical family that recognized her extraordinary talent early on. From a very young age, she was trained rigorously by her father, Friedrich Wieck, who was a well-known piano teacher. Clara's childhood was marked by intense practice and public performances, and she quickly gained recognition as a virtuoso pianist. Her early exposure to the demanding world of professional music cultivated not only her technical skill, but also her deep emotional connection to music, which would define her career. Clara's rise to fame was swift and remarkable. By her teens, she was performing across Europe, captivating audiences with her expressive playing and technical mastery. She was hailed as one of the finest pianists of her generation. Clara's musical life became intertwined with Robert Schumann, a composer who admired her greatly. Their eventual marriage in 1840 solidified a partnership that was both deeply personal and artistically significant, despite many challenges they faced from her controlling father and the demands of public life. In the early years of her married life, Clara balanced her career as a performer with supporting Robert's compositions and raising their children. She was celebrated for her passionate interpretations and her advocacy for her husband's work, often premiering his pieces. This period was filled with promise and artistic growth, but also with the pressure of being both a mother and a professional musician in a male-dominated society. A turning point came as Robert's mental health declined, leading to his hospitalization. Clara faced enormous emotional and financial burdens, yet she persevered with remarkable strength. During this time, she continued to perform extensively, teach, and promote Robert's music, often at great personal sacrifice. Her resilience in the face of hardship deepened the emotional intensity of her performances and compositions. Clara's later life was marked by continued success as a concert pianist and a teacher. While she composed less than her husband, her work showed great sensitivity and artistry. She also championed the works of other composers like Brahms, contributing to the broader musical landscape. Despite the difficulties she faced, Clara's reputation grew, and she became a respected figure in European musical circles until her death in 1896. Her legacy is one of profound influence as a performer, composer, and advocate. Clara Schumann challenged societal norms and paved the way for women in classical music. Her life story is a testament to the power of dedication, artistry, and love, inspiring generations to come. As you lay down to rest, may the gentle melodies and heartfelt strength of Clara Schumann's music soothe you into a night of peaceful dreams. Sleep well, dear lover of enduring grace. Sweet dreams. Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach. Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach was born in 1714 in Weimar, Germany, the second son of the great Johann Sebastian Bach. Growing up in a household steeped in musical genius, he was immersed in the world of Baroque music from an early age. His childhood was filled with rigorous musical training, guided not only by his father, but also by other accomplished musicians of the time. This rich environment fostered his creative spirit and deep understanding of musical structure, though he soon sought to carve his own distinct path away from his father's shadow. His rise in the musical world was marked by positions in prestigious courts and churches across Germany. Unlike his father, C.P. Bach became a leading figure of the early classical period, known for his expressive and sometimes dramatic style that bridged the Baroque and classical eras. His appointment as harpsichordist to Frederick the Great of Prussia was a pivotal moment, giving him a platform to showcase his innovative ideas and influence the tastes of the court and beyond. In the early stages of his career, Bach's compositions were admired for their emotional depth and technical innovation. He composed keyboard sonatas, symphonies, and chamber music that departed from the strict rules of Baroque form, introducing a freer, more expressive style known as empfindsamer Stil, or sensitive style. His music resonated with audiences for its nuanced dynamics and emotional contrasts, marking him as a progressive force in music. A turning point in Bach's life came when he left the Prussian court after the death of Frederick the Great and accepted a prestigious position in Hamburg as music director. This new role expanded his influence, allowing him to compose a wider range of works, including oratorios, passions, and vocal music. Though highly respected, Bach faced challenges adapting to the changing musical landscape as newer classical styles emerged, and his popularity waned somewhat toward the end of his life. Unlike the tragic downfalls of some composers, Bach's career was steady and marked by dedication rather than scandal. He passed away in 1788, leaving behind a vast body of work that was somewhat overshadowed during his lifetime by the rising fame of Haydn and Mozart. However, his contributions laid critical groundwork for the classical style, influencing later composers and bridging important stylistic eras. Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach's legacy is that of a pioneer who expanded musical expression and emotional depth in the 18th century. His explorations of keyboard technique and expressive nuance helped shape the course of Western classical music, making him a vital link between Baroque tradition and classical innovation. As you drift into sleep tonight, let the sensitive melodies and profound emotions of Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach's music gently cradle you into peaceful dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of timeless harmony. Sweet dreams. Christoph Willibald Gluck. Christoph Willibald Gluck was born in 1714 in Eresbach, Bavaria, into a modest family with a strong appreciation for music and culture. From an early age, he showed a keen interest in music and was sent to study with various teachers, learning composition and keyboard skills. His formative years were spent absorbing the rich musical traditions of the Baroque era, while also seeking fresh approaches that would later define his career. Gluck's early experiences in the lively courts and opera houses of Europe shaped his vision of music as a powerful dramatic force. His rise to prominence began with a series of operatic successes in Italy, where he embraced the prevailing styles but sought to reform them. He gained recognition for his ability to blend expressive melodies with dramatic coherence, moving away from the ornate but often emotionally detached opera seria that dominated the time. Gluck's determination to innovate opera as a unified art form earned him important commissions and growing fame, culminating in his move to Vienna, where he would influence European opera profoundly. During his early reign as a composer, Gluck brought a fresh vitality to the opera scene. His works like Orfeo, Eurydice, and Alceste emphasized the drama and emotion of the story over vocal virtuosity, reshaping the operatic experience for audiences. These operas were met with enthusiasm and marked a new era where music served the narrative and heightened the emotional impact. Gluck's style was seen as revolutionary, appealing to both aristocrats and the emerging middle-class audience. A turning point came as Gluck faced opposition from traditionalists resistant to his reforms. His bold ideas challenged the status quo, and some critics accused him of undermining the established operatic conventions. Nonetheless, he continued to refine his approach, integrating French and Italian styles and influencing other composers. His ability to adapt and innovate while maintaining dramatic integrity became a hallmark of his later works, securing his reputation as a transformative figure in music history. Gluck's period of influence was marked not by corruption or scandal, but by artistic struggle and triumph. He remained dedicated to his vision despite resistance, and his operas often contained moral and philosophical themes that resonated deeply with contemporary audiences. His later years were spent composing and teaching, spreading his ideas about opera's dramatic potential and inspiring a new generation of composers. His death in 1787 marked the end of a significant chapter in operatic history, but his legacy lived on through the reforms he championed. Gluck's work laid the foundation for the classical opera tradition, emphasizing emotional truth and dramatic unity. He helped shift the focus of opera from mere spectacle and vocal display to an art form that truly communicated human experience and feeling. As you settle into the quiet of the night, may the harmonious and heartfelt music of Christoph Willibald Gluck gently guide you into restful dreams. Sleep well, dear dreamer of timeless artistry. Sweet dreams. Hector Berlioz. Hector Berlioz was born in 1803 in a small town called La Côte-Saint-André, nestled in the French countryside. From an early age, his life was steeped in both music and literature, a dual passion that would shape his creative spirit. His father was a physician who expected him to follow a conventional career, but young Hector was drawn irresistibly toward music. Despite his family's initial resistance, he pursued musical studies with fierce determination, eventually enrolling at the prestigious Paris Conservatory, where his talent and unorthodox ideas began to take shape. Berlioz's rise in the musical world was neither easy nor conventional. He struggled with rejection and criticism early on, but his perseverance paid off when he won the coveted Prix de Rome in 1830, a prize that allowed him to study in Italy and immerse himself in the art and culture that inspired him deeply. His bold and imaginative compositions, such as the Symphonie Fantastique, began to attract attention for their originality and emotional intensity, setting him apart from his contemporaries and cementing his place as a leading figure of the Romantic era. In the early phase of his career, Berlioz's music was marked by passionate expressiveness and innovative orchestration. He was a master at using the orchestra's full palette of sounds to tell vivid, often dramatic stories. This period brought moments of hope and recognition, but also isolation, as his avant-garde style challenged the conventions of the time. Audiences and critics were divided. Some lauded his genius, others dismissed his work as eccentric or overly emotional. A turning point came with Berlioz's personal life, particularly his intense and unrequited love for the actress Harriet Smithson. This passion fueled the creation of his Symphonie Fantastique, a work that depicted his obsession and emotional turmoil through revolutionary musical means. This symphony became a landmark in program music, where the music tells a story or paints a scene, pushing the boundaries of form and content. The intensity of Berlioz's emotions and the boldness of his compositions marked a new direction in romantic music. Berlioz's career was not without struggle and controversy. His innovative style often met with resistance, and he faced financial difficulties and professional setbacks. Yet he continued to compose, conduct, and write, becoming one of the first great modern conductors and music critics. His influence spread widely, though he never achieved widespread popular fame during his lifetime. Despite this, his music's emotional depth and technical brilliance left an indelible mark on the world of classical music. He died in 1869, leaving behind a legacy of groundbreaking work that expanded the expressive potential of orchestral music. Berlioz's fearless experimentation and vivid storytelling opened new paths for future composers and helped shape the course of romantic music. His life story is a testament to the power of passion, imagination, and resilience in the face of adversity. As you close your eyes tonight, let the sweeping emotions and bold colors of Hector Berlioz's music carry you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of musical wonders. Sweet dreams. Ralph Vaughan Williams. Ralph Vaughan Williams was born in 1872 into a family deeply rooted in English tradition and culture. His father was a rector and scholar, and his upbringing in the lush countryside of Gloucestershire immersed him early in the sounds and stories of rural England. This environment nurtured his lifelong love for folk music, a passion that would become a defining characteristic of his career. From an early age, Vaughan Williams showed a keen interest in music, beginning piano lessons and studying composition with notable teachers, including Hubert Parry and Charles Villiers Stanford at the Royal College of Music. His rise in the world of music was steady, but marked by a profound dedication to English musical heritage. Unlike many contemporaries who looked to continental Europe for inspiration, Vaughan Williams sought to revive and celebrate native English folk traditions. His travels across England, collecting and arranging folk songs, helped preserve a fading cultural treasure. This work formed the foundation of his unique voice in classical music, blending the old and new in ways that spoke directly to the heart of English identity. During his early career, Vaughan Williams composed works that reflected his deep connection to English landscapes and legends. His orchestral and choral pieces, including Fantasia on a theme by Thomas Tallis and The Lark Ascending, captured the spirit and beauty of the English countryside with lyrical melodies and rich harmonies. These compositions brought him recognition and admiration, signaling a hopeful beginning to a career that would become one of the most influential in British music history. A turning point came with his experience in World War I, where Vaughan Williams served as an ambulance driver on the Western Front. The horrors and suffering he witnessed profoundly affected his outlook in music. After the war, his compositions took on a more somber and reflective tone, exploring themes of loss, resilience, and the enduring human spirit. Works like his Pastoral Symphony echoed the tragedy of the war while offering a sense of healing and hope. Unlike many stories of corruption or downfall, Vaughan Williams' life was marked by steady growth, humility, and commitment to his art and country. He continued to compose, teach, and promote English music throughout his life, influencing generations of musicians and composers. His later works, including symphonies, operas, and film scores, demonstrated his versatility and enduring creative vitality, even as musical tastes evolved around him. Vaughan Williams passed away in 1958, leaving behind a vast and varied body of work that had become synonymous with English musical identity. His legacy is one of cultural preservation and innovation, blending the ancient and modern to create music that resonates with timeless beauty and emotional depth. He helped define a distinctly English voice in classical music, inspiring listeners and musicians alike. As you drift into the quiet embrace of night, let the gentle melodies and profound reflections of Ralph Vaughan Williams guide you into peaceful dreams. Sleep well, dear dreamer of enduring harmony. Sweet dreams. Bela Bartok. Bela Bartok was born in 1881 in Nagyszentmiklós, then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, now in Romania. His childhood was steeped in a rich tapestry of cultural influences, surrounded by the folk traditions of Central Europe. From an early age, he showed extraordinary musical talent, mastering the piano and composition with ease. His father, a school teacher, encouraged his musical pursuits, and young Bela grew fascinated not only by the classical traditions, but also by the vibrant folk music that echoed through his homeland's villages and countryside. Bartok's rise as a composer and ethnomusicologist was marked by his dedication to preserving and revitalizing folk music. He traveled extensively through rural Hungary and neighboring countries, meticulously collecting thousands of folk melodies, often recording them on primitive devices. This work was revolutionary as it sought to capture the raw, authentic spirit of peasant music, far removed from the polished and commercialized art music of the time. His compositions began to reflect these influences, blending complex rhythms and modal scales with modern harmonies to create a distinctly fresh and powerful musical language. In the early part of his career, Bartok gained recognition for his innovative chamber works and piano pieces that challenged traditional forms and harmonies. His music was both intensely modern and deeply rooted in tradition, offering something entirely new to the concert halls of Europe. While his work was admired by fellow musicians, it often puzzled or even alienated general audiences accustomed to more conventional sounds. Still, Bartok's reputation as a daring and original composer steadily grew. A turning point came with the political upheaval and rising anti-Semitism in Europe during the 1930s. Although not Jewish himself, Bartok was deeply disturbed by the oppression and violence around him. In 1940, he emigrated to the United States, seeking refuge from the turmoil engulfing his homeland. This displacement profoundly affected him, both personally and artistically. His later works from this period, such as the Concerto for Orchestra, display a mature synthesis of his folk research and contemporary style, imbued with both longing and defiant hope. Bartok's life was not without hardship. He faced financial difficulties and health problems during his exile in America, where he struggled to find the same level of recognition he enjoyed in Europe. Yet he continued to compose with unwavering dedication, producing some of his most acclaimed works despite the challenges. His death in 1945 marked the loss of a towering figure in 20th century music, one whose influence on both composition and ethnomusicology remains profound. His legacy is vast. Bartok transformed the way composers approached folk music, proving that the melodies of rural communities could inspire the highest forms of art. His music continues to be celebrated for its rhythmic vitality, emotional depth, and innovative spirit. More than a composer, he was a cultural bridge between the past and the future, reminding us of the enduring power of tradition reimagined. As you close your eyes tonight, let the rhythmic pulses and haunting melodies of Bela Bartok's music carry you gently to the world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of musical landscapes. Sweet dreams. Alexander Scriabin. Alexander Scriabin was born in 1872 in Moscow into a family that nurtured his early artistic gifts. His mother was a talented pianist who gave him his first lessons, and from a young age, Scriabin displayed extraordinary musical talent. He was deeply influenced by the rich Russian culture surrounding him, yet he quickly developed a unique vision that would set him apart from his contemporaries. Early on, he was drawn to the piano, practicing relentlessly and showing an uncanny ability to improvise and compose original music that combined passion with innovation. His rise to prominence was marked by a mixture of formal training and rebellious creativity. He studied at the Moscow Conservatory under the guidance of renowned teachers, mastering the technical demands of composition and performance. Yet Scriabin's music soon began to move beyond traditional boundaries, embracing mysticism and exploring new harmonic languages. His early works, inspired by Chopin, were well received, but it was his later, more daring compositions that truly made him stand out. These works pushed the limits of tonality, venturing into uncharted musical territories. In the early part of his career, Scriabin enjoyed a period of growing acclaim and popularity. His piano compositions, full of lyrical beauty and emotional intensity, captivated audiences. Critics praised his originality and virtuosity, and his reputation as both a composer and performer grew steadily. However, as Scriabin's style evolved, it became more complex and esoteric, challenging listeners and sometimes dividing opinions. A profound turning point in Scriabin's life and work came with his deepening interest in philosophy and theosophy, which influenced his musical ideas and goals. He believed music could transcend mere sound and become a spiritual experience, a conduit to higher realms of consciousness. This conviction led him to develop synesthetic concepts, linking colors with musical keys, and ambitious multimedia projects like his Prometheus, the Poem of Fire, which incorporated a color organ to project lights during performances. Despite the visionary nature of his work, Scriabin's later period was marked by isolation and controversy. His unconventional ideas and radical musical language alienated many listeners, and his health began to decline. The intensity of his creative output, combined with his mystical beliefs, sometimes veered into the realm of obsession. Nevertheless, he remained committed to his artistic vision until his untimely death from septicemia in 1915 at the age of 43. Scriabin's legacy is one of profound innovation and mysticism. He expanded the horizons of musical harmony and form, influencing countless composers who followed. His music invites listeners on a journey beyond the physical world into realms of color, light, and spiritual transcendence. Though his life was brief and marked by extremes, his artistic contributions continue to resonate deeply within the classical music world. As you close your eyes tonight, let the mystical harmonies and vibrant colors of Alexander Scriabin's music carry you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of transcendent soundscapes. Sweet dreams, Samuel Barber. Samuel Barber was born in 1910 in Westchester, Pennsylvania, into a family that valued both music and the arts. From an early age, he showed remarkable musical sensitivity and creativity. His mother, a piano teacher, nurtured his talents, and by the time he was a child, Barber was already composing short pieces. His early environment was supportive and cultivated, surrounded by encouragement that allowed his gifts to flourish. He entered the Curtis Institute of Music in Philadelphia at just 14, where he studied piano, composition, and voice, quickly gaining recognition for his lyrical style and emotional depth. Barber's rise to prominence was marked by critical acclaim. His compositions showed a remarkable maturity and elegance, combining forms with modern harmonies and heartfelt expression. Unlike some of his contemporaries who pursued radical experimentation, Barber remained committed to melodic beauty and emotional sincerity. His early success included his violin concerto and adagio for strings, the latter becoming one of the most iconic and haunting works of the 20th century. This piece, with its slow, mournful unfolding, would come to symbolize grief and reflection for audiences worldwide. The early phase of his career was full of promise and hope. He won prestigious awards such as the Pulitzer Prize, affirming his place among America's leading composers. His music resonated not only in concert halls but also in film scores and vocal works, showcasing his versatility. Barber's ability to express profound emotion in music brought him widespread admiration, and he was often seen as a musical voice of American sensitivity and elegance during turbulent times. A turning point in Barber's life and work came with personal and professional challenges in the post-war years. While he continued to compose, the changing tides of musical fashion, favoring avant-garde and experimental styles, made his more traditional approach seem out of step with contemporary trends. Despite this, Barber remained true to his own artistic vision, crafting works that emphasize lyricism and emotional depth over novelty. He also struggled with his private life, including his long-term relationship with fellow composer Giancarlo Menotti, navigating the difficulties of being a gay man in mid-20th century America. 2. Unlike stories of corruption or scandal, Barber's period of darkness was more about the loneliness and struggles of maintaining artistic integrity in a shifting cultural landscape. He faced moments of doubt and isolation, but persevered, producing significant works such as his opera Vanessa and his piano concerto. These pieces reaffirmed his commitment to emotional expression and musical craftsmanship, even as he grappled with changing public tastes. Barber's later years were marked by recognition and reflection. He received numerous honors, including a second Pulitzer Prize, and was celebrated as a key figure in American music. His influence extended through his teaching and his role in preserving and promoting lyrical, expressive composition. He passed away in 1981, leaving behind a rich legacy of music that continues to touch hearts with its profound beauty and emotional clarity. His legacy stands as a testament to the power of melody and feeling in music, reminding us that innovation is not the only path to greatness. Barber's work invites us to listen deeply to the human experience expressed through sound. His compositions endure as timeless reflections on love, loss, and hope. As you close your eyes tonight, let the tender melodies and poignant harmonies of Samuel Barber's music carry you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of heartfelt soundscapes. Sweet dreams. Philip Glass. Philip Glass was born in 1937 in Baltimore, Maryland, into a family of modest means. From an early age, he showed an unusual fascination with music, learning to play the flute and piano. His parents encouraged his interest, and by his teenage years, Glass was already composing small pieces. He pursued formal studies at the University of Chicago and later at the Juilliard School in New York, where he absorbed a broad range of musical influences. His early background combined classical training with exposure to contemporary experimental music, laying the foundation for a distinctive style. Glass's rise to prominence was unconventional but steady. After studying in Paris under the legendary Nadia Boulanger, he became captivated by the minimalist movement sweeping through the arts. Unlike the grand romantic compositions of earlier centuries, Glass embraced repetition, subtle variations, and hypnotic rhythms. His early works, often simple on the surface but deeply complex underneath, challenged traditional notions of melody and form. He gained attention with his opera Einstein on the Beach, co-created with Robert Wilson, a groundbreaking work that broke operatic conventions and introduced a new musical language. In the early phase of his career, Glass enjoyed growing acclaim within avant-garde circles. His minimalist approach offered a fresh perspective on composition, blending classical techniques with popular and world music elements. Audiences were intrigued by the meditative quality of his pieces, which often built slowly with layers of repeated motifs. This period was marked by experimentation and increasing recognition, with Glass composing for films, theater, and dance, as well as the concert hall. A turning point in Glass's career came when he began to expand beyond the strict minimalism that defined his earlier works. He incorporated richer textures, more dynamic contrasts, and emotional depth, reaching wider audiences. While some critics questioned whether this shift diluted his original style, others saw it as a natural evolution. Glass's collaborations with choreographers, filmmakers, and other artists broadened his influence, and he became a major figure in contemporary music worldwide. Unlike stories of corruption or downfall, Glass's career faced challenges more in the realm of artistic reception. His style, initially polarizing, sometimes met resistance from traditional classical music institutions. Yet his persistence and innovation kept him at the forefront of musical innovation. Through decades, Glass adapted without losing his core identity, continually reshaping how music could be experienced in the modern world. In his later years, Glass's legacy grew as he was recognized for his profound impact on 20th and 21st century music. His works have been performed globally, influencing composers, filmmakers, and popular musicians alike. He has received numerous honors, and his music continues to captivate with its unique blend of simplicity and complexity. Philip Glass remains a vital creative force, inspiring listeners to find beauty in repetition and transformation. As you close your eyes tonight, let the rhythmic waves and shimmering patterns of Philip Glass's music carry you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of hypnotic soundscapes. Sweet dreams, George Gershwin. George Gershwin was born in 1898 in Brooklyn, New York, to a working-class Jewish family. From a young age, Gershwin was drawn to music and piano, spending hours practicing and absorbing the vibrant sounds of the city around him. His parents supported his passion, and he took formal lessons while also learning by ear, influenced by jazz, blues, and classical music. Growing up in a bustling urban environment, Gershwin developed a unique ability to blend popular and classical styles, reflecting the dynamic energy of early 20th century America. His rise to fame began in the bustling world of Tin Pan Alley, where he worked as a song plugger and pianist. Gershwin quickly made a name for himself as a gifted composer of catchy tunes and memorable melodies. His talent caught the attention of Broadway producers, and soon he was writing hit songs and musicals that captivated audiences. His music was fresh, blending the rhythms and harmonies of jazz with classical forms. This synthesis set him apart and propelled him to stardom in the 1920s and 30s. In the early stages of his career, Gershwin's work was marked by energetic optimism and wide popularity. His musicals, such as Lady Be Good and Funny Face, showcased his flair for catchy melodies and sophisticated arrangements. Audiences loved the vitality and spirit of his compositions, which reflected the optimism of the jazz age. This period was a time of creative flowering, and Gershwin was regarded as America's leading composer of popular and theatrical music. A turning point came as Gershwin sought to bridge popular music with serious concert works. His 1924 Rhapsody in Blue shocked and thrilled audiences by combining jazz elements with classical orchestration. This bold fusion was groundbreaking, earning him both praise and skepticism. Despite some critics questioning its legitimacy, the piece established Gershwin as a serious composer who could transcend genres. His ambitions grew as he composed operas, orchestral works, and film scores, expanding his artistic reach. Though Gershwin's career was vibrant, it was also tragically brief. He suffered a brain tumor and died suddenly in 1937 at the age of 38. His final years were marked by increasing creative maturity, but illness cut short what could have been a longer, transformative career. His untimely death shocked the music world, leaving fans and fellow composers mourning the loss of a brilliant, versatile talent. Gershwin's legacy is immense. He transformed American music by blending jazz and classical traditions, creating a uniquely American sound that influenced generations. His works remain staples of both concert halls and popular culture, symbolizing innovation, energy, and emotional depth. Gershwin's life is a reminder of the power of cultural fusion and the fleeting nature of genius. As you close your eyes tonight, let the vibrant melodies and rich harmonies of George Gershwin's music carry you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of rhythmic stories. Sweet dreams, Hans Zimmer. Hans Zimmer was born in 1957 in Frankfurt, Germany, into a family that nurtured creativity and curiosity. His father was a professor of biology, encouraging young Hans to explore the natural world and think deeply about how things worked. Though music wasn't a profession in the family, Zimmer's early environment was rich with cultural influences, from classical concerts to rock bands. He showed an early fascination with sounds, rhythm, and melodies. As a child, Zimmer began playing the piano, absorbing the classical pieces of composers like Bach and Beethoven, but also developed an affinity for contemporary music and electronic sounds. This blend of classical foundation and experimental spirit would shape his future. By his teenage years, Zimmer was already exploring electronic music, synthesizers, and recording techniques. In the late 1970s, he moved to London, seeking a place where he could develop his passion. The city's vibrant music scene became a playground for him as he worked with pop bands, contributed to music production, and learned the art of scoring for television and commercials. Though these early projects were far from the grand film scores he would become famous for, they honed his skills in blending traditional instruments with modern technology. It was a period of learning, experimentation, and ambition. Zimmer's rise to prominence began when he transitioned from pop music production to film scoring in the 1980s. His first major breakthrough was the score of the film Rain Man, 1988, where his ability to capture emotional depth through innovative soundscapes gained him widespread recognition. He brought a fresh voice to Hollywood with his fusion of orchestral grandeur and electronic textures. This distinctive style made him stand out among film composers and opened doors to more prestigious projects. Soon, Zimmer was scoring blockbuster films, his name becoming synonymous with epic cinematic music. Early in his career, Zimmer's music carried a promise of transformation in film scoring. He collaborated with visionary directors like Ridley Scott and Christopher Nolan, crafting scores that didn't just accompany images, but elevated storytelling itself. Works such as The Lion King, 1994, which earned him an Academy Award, and Gladiator, 2000, showcased his gift for creating powerful, immersive atmospheres. His music was bold, innovative, and emotionally resonant, capturing the hearts of audiences worldwide. This phase was filled with creative energy and rising acclaim. A pivotal moment came when Zimmer embraced new approaches to composition, often blending traditional orchestral music with cutting-edge digital techniques. His partnership with director Christopher Nolan resulted in groundbreaking scores for Inception and the Dark Knight trilogy, redefining how music interacts with film narrative and pacing. Zimmer's willingness to experiment and push boundaries deepened his impact on the industry. His music became not just background, but a dynamic character within films, stirring tension, wonder, and awe. This turning point cemented his status as a transformative figure in cinematic music. Though Zimmer's career shines with artistic brilliance, it was not without challenges. Critics sometimes debated the balance between technology and traditional composition in his work. His massive soundscapes could be overwhelming to some, yet undeniably powerful. Despite these debates, Zimmer's work pushed the boundaries of what film music could achieve, inspiring a new generation of composers and sound designers. His influence reached beyond film into video games, television, and concert performances, expanding the reach of cinematic music culture. As Zimmer's career matured, he continued to evolve, embracing collaborations with diverse artists and exploring new genres. His scores for Interstellar and Dunkirk brought a haunting, experimental quality, while projects like the Lion King remake and Blade Runner 2049 showed his ability to reinvent classic themes. Zimmer's journey from a curious child in Germany to a titan of film music illustrates a life dedicated to innovation, emotion, and storytelling through sound. His legacy is one of constant reinvention, bridging tradition and technology to create unforgettable musical experiences. As you close your eyes tonight, let the epic waves and subtle harmonies of Hans Zimmer's music carry you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of cinematic soundscapes. Sweet dreams. John Williams. John Williams was born in 1932 in Floral Park, New York, into a musical family that laid the foundation for his lifelong devotion to music. His father was a jazz percussionist and pianist, introducing John early on to rhythms and melodies, while his mother was a singer. From a very young age, Williams was drawn to the piano and the magic of orchestration. His childhood was filled with lessons, practice, and a steady immersion in the sounds of classical music, jazz, and film scores, all of which shaped his diverse musical palette. The rich musical environment at home sparked his imagination and ambition. Williams' path to becoming a celebrated composer was marked by dedication and steady growth. After graduating from high school, he studied at UCLA and later at the Juilliard School, where he honed his skills as a pianist and orchestrator. Early on, Williams worked as a studio musician in Hollywood, playing piano for film scores and television shows, gaining first-hand experience with the inner workings of the industry. He gradually transitioned into composing for television and film, his talent for creating memorable, emotive themes quickly recognized by producers and directors. His early career was a time of promise, where Williams balanced work as a composer and conductor for television series with smaller film projects. His big break came in the 1970s when he was asked to score Jaws, 1975. The haunting, suspenseful theme he created became instantly iconic, setting a new standard for film music and announcing his arrival as a major composer. Following this success, Williams collaborated with Steven Spielberg, beginning one of the most fruitful partnerships in cinema history. Their collaboration brought forth some of the most enduring scores, including Close Encounters of the Third Kind and E.T. the Extraterrestrial, which blended wonder, tension, and emotion with masterful orchestration. Williams's music during his early reign captured the imagination of audiences worldwide. His work for the Star Wars saga redefined the power of film music, reviving the grand orchestral tradition and creating themes that became ingrained in popular culture. His music was lush, heroic, and deeply emotional, perfectly complementing the narratives and characters on screen. His ability to write melodies that were both timeless and instantly recognizable made him a beloved figure in cinema and classical music circles alike. A turning point in Williams' career came as he expanded his range beyond blockbuster epics. He composed intricate, nuanced scores for films such as Schindler's List and Saving Private Ryan, exploring deeper emotional and historical themes. His music became more introspective, sometimes somber, always powerful. This evolution showed his versatility and depth as a composer, capable of crafting scores that could move audiences profoundly while still retaining his signature melodic strength. Throughout his career, Williams faced the challenge of balancing the demands of a commercial film industry with his artistic vision. His music sometimes sparked debate among critics, but his influence was undeniable. His scores became part of the cultural fabric, influencing countless composers and musicians. Even as the film industry changed with new technologies and styles, Williams's dedication to orchestral music and thematic storytelling remained steadfast, a testament to his artistic integrity and passion. In his later years, Williams continued to compose and conduct, remaining active well into his 80s. His work for the Harry Potter series and continued contributions to new Star Wars films demonstrated his enduring relevance. He also championed orchestral music through concerts and recordings, bringing his scores to audiences worldwide. Williams's legacy is immense. A composer who shaped modern film music, brought orchestral soundtracks back to the forefront, and created some of the most memorable musical themes in cinematic history. As you close your eyes tonight, let the majestic themes and gentle harmonies of John Williams's music carry you softly into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of musical wonder. Sweet dreams. Ennio Morricone. Ennio Morricone was born in 1928 in Rome, Italy, into a family that treasured music. His father was a professional trumpet player, which meant that from a very young age, Ennio was surrounded by the sounds of brass instruments, orchestral rehearsals, and the lively atmosphere of concert halls. His childhood was steeped in classical music and Italian opera, fostering an early love and respect for musical tradition. He began studying trumpet and composition in his youth, showing a natural aptitude that would shape his future career. Morricone's rise in the music world began through classical studies and early work as an arranger and composer for radio and television. He quickly made a name for himself with his versatility, composing everything from orchestral works to pop songs, but it was in the 1960s that Morricone found his true calling in film scoring, especially with the spaghetti western genre. Collaborating with director Sergio Leone, he crafted some of the most iconic and original film scores of all time, including those for The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly and Once Upon a Time in the West. His innovative use of unconventional instruments and sounds, whistles, gunshots, and even the human voice, broke new ground. At the height of his career, Morricone's music was marked by a unique blend of classical sophistication and raw, evocative sounds. His themes were often haunting, yet deeply melodic, capturing the tension and drama of the films they accompanied. He created scores that did not merely underscore action, but became central to the cinematic experience, defining the mood and atmosphere in unforgettable ways. His compositions transcended genre boundaries, influencing not only westerns, but also dramas, thrillers, and romantic films worldwide. A significant turning point came when Morricone's work began to receive international recognition beyond Italy and the Western genre. His collaborations expanded to include a variety of directors and film styles, such as the poignant score for Cinema Paradiso and the intense compositions for The Mission. His ability to evoke powerful emotions through music made him a beloved figure in the film industry, earning him numerous awards and honors throughout his long career. Despite this acclaim, Morricone remained humble, always focused on the artistry of composition. While his music was celebrated for its beauty and innovation, Morricone's career was not without challenges. Navigating the demands of film production and evolving cinematic taste required constant adaptation. Occasionally, his experimental style was met with skepticism, yet he never compromised his creative vision. His perseverance and willingness to blend classical tradition with modern techniques allowed him to remain relevant across decades, inspiring composers worldwide to explore bold, new directions. Morricone's later years were a time of reflection and celebration. He continued composing, conducting, and collaborating on new projects well into his 80s. His music remained fresh and compelling, and his influence was acknowledged by generations of filmmakers and musicians. In 2016, he received an honorary Academy Award, a testament to his monumental impact on film music. His legacy endures as one of the most inventive, prolific, and emotionally resonant composers in history. As you close your eyes tonight, let the haunting melodies and timeless harmonies of Ennio Morricone's music carry you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of cinematic soundscapes. Sweet dreams. Howard Shore. Howard Shore was born in 1946 in Toronto, Canada, into a family where music was cherished, but not necessarily the family business. From his earliest days, Shore showed a deep connection to sound and melody, spending hours at the piano, experimenting with chords and rhythms that seemed to flow naturally from his fingertips. His parents encouraged his passion, supporting his early music lessons and fostering an environment where creativity could flourish. Growing up in the vibrant cultural scene of mid-20th century Canada, Shore absorbed the influences of classical music as well as the emerging jazz and rock movements, all of which helped shape his distinctive musical voice. His journey into professional music was marked by a steady and deliberate climb. After studying music theory and composition, Shore began his career as a jazz guitarist and session musician, gaining invaluable experience in live performance and studio recording. His ability to blend genres and his keen ear for orchestration led him naturally into film scoring, where he found a medium that allowed him to tell stories purely through music. The transition was not instantaneous, but rather a gradual unfolding as he honed his craft and sought opportunities to score films, starting with smaller projects and independent films in Canada. The early phase of his career was full of promise. Shore's talent for creating evocative, mood-driven compositions caught the attention of filmmakers looking for something fresh and meaningful. He worked on a variety of genres, from thrillers to comedies, demonstrating versatility and a willingness to experiment. His scores began to stand out for their rich textures, emotional depth, and subtle complexity. At this time, Shore was not yet a household name, but was quietly building a reputation as a composer who could elevate a film's narrative through his music. Everything changed when he was entrusted with the monumental task of scoring the Lord of the Rings trilogy, a project that would define his legacy and transform his career. This period marked a turning point not only in his professional life, but also in his artistic development. The scope and ambition of The Lord of the Rings demanded a composer who could craft an immersive musical world that captured the grandeur, mystery, and deep emotional currents of Tolkien's universe. Shore rose to the challenge, creating themes that were at once epic and intimate, weaving together motifs for different characters, cultures, and landscapes with masterful skill. His work on these films was characterized by a profound understanding of leitmotifs, the use of recurring musical themes to represent characters and ideas, which added layers of meaning and cohesion to the storytelling. Shore's music did not simply accompany the visuals. It became a narrative force in itself, guiding the audience through the highs and lows of the journey with sweeping orchestral waves, delicate woodwinds, and powerful choral arrangements. The emotional resonance of his scores made the fantastical world of Middle-earth feel real and deeply human, inviting listeners into wonder and reflection. As the trilogy progressed, Shore's compositions grew even more ambitious. He incorporated traditional instruments and musical styles from various cultures to create a rich, diverse soundscape. Collaborations with choirs and soloists brought a haunting beauty to the music, while his orchestration blended classical and modern elements in a way that felt timeless. The immense popularity and critical acclaim of the films also brought Shore numerous awards, including 3 Academy Awards, cementing his status as one of the greatest film composers of his generation. Despite this overwhelming success, Shore's path was not without its difficulties. The pressure to deliver a perfect score on such a massive project was intense, and the long hours and emotional investment took a toll. Yet he remained committed to his artistic vision, often immersing himself deeply in the source material to ensure the music truly reflected the story's heart. His dedication was evident in every note, and his ability to balance the epic scale of the films with the intimate emotions of the characters made his scores unforgettable. Following The Lord of the Rings, Shore continued to expand his range and explore new musical territories. He composed for a wide array of films, from psychological thrillers to comedies and historical dramas, each time bringing a distinctive voice that was both innovative and emotionally compelling. His work on The Silence of the Lambs, Hugo, and The Aviator showcased his ability to adapt and evolve, creating sound worlds that enhance the storytelling in unique ways. Throughout his career, Shore also maintained a deep connection to classical music and live performance. He conducted orchestras around the world, often leading performances of his own compositions as well as classical masterworks. These experiences enriched his understanding of orchestration and allowed him to share his music directly with audiences in a live setting. Shore's concerts were known for their emotional intensity and the meticulous care with which he brought each piece to life, offering listeners a chance to experience the power of film music outside the cinema. The later years of Shore's life were a blend of reflection and continued creativity. He embraced new technologies and compositional techniques while honoring the traditions that had shaped him. His music remained relevant and fresh, appealing to new generations of filmgoers and music lovers. Shore also contributed to education, mentoring young composers, and sharing his knowledge through masterclasses and workshops. His legacy became not only the body of work he created, but the inspiration he offered to those who would follow in his footsteps. Despite his many achievements, Shore remained a humble and private individual, more focused on the craft of composition than on fame. He viewed music as a form of storytelling that transcended language and culture, a way to touch the deepest parts of the human experience. His scores often carried a sense of yearning, hope, and the complexity of life's emotions, inviting listeners to explore their own feelings in a gentle, profound way. As the years passed, Shore's music continued to be celebrated for its depth and beauty. His themes became part of the cultural landscape, recognizable and beloved by millions worldwide. He reminded us that music is not just background noise, but a vital storyteller, capable of transporting us to worlds of imagination, emotion, and memory. Now, as you lie down tonight, imagine the sweeping melodies of Howard Shore's orchestras enveloping you like a warm, protective blanket. Feel the soft, haunting echoes of his themes guide you gently through dreamscapes filled with courage, friendship, and wonder. Let the calm waves of his music soothe your thoughts and carry you peacefully toward rest. Sleep well, dear traveler of sound and story. Sweet dreams. Max Richter. Max Richter was born in 1966 in Germany into a family where art and music were cherished but not rigidly prescribed. From his earliest days, Richter showed an unusual sensitivity to sound and emotion, absorbing the world around him with a quiet intensity. Raised in a household that valued creativity, he was encouraged to explore music freely and without pressure. His childhood was marked by a gentle immersion in classical traditions, as well as the contemporary sounds that began to shape the late 20th century, creating a fertile ground for the artist he would become. He began his formal training in music at the prestigious Royal Academy of Music in London, where he studied composition and piano. His time at the Academy opened doors to a world of musical possibility and introduced him to the rich heritage of Western classical music. However, Richter's curiosity soon pushed him beyond tradition. He was drawn to minimalism, ambient music, and the experimental sounds emerging from the contemporary scene. This curiosity was more than academic. It was a personal search for a language that could express the complexity and subtlety of human experience. Richter's rise to recognition was steady but unconventional. Unlike many composers who seek fame through grandiose symphonies or operas, he found his voice in a blending of genres and ideas. His early works, though rooted in classical training, incorporated electronic textures and repetitive structures that invited meditation and reflection. This style resonated with a new generation of listeners who were looking for music that could be both profound and accessible, intellectual and emotionally immediate. As his reputation grew, he began to collaborate on film scores, dance productions, and multimedia projects, each time expanding his musical vocabulary. The early promise of Richter's career was marked by a deepening commitment to creating music that could touch the soul gently yet profoundly. His compositions were not about spectacle, but about subtle shifts in mood and tone, a musical whisper that invited listeners to slow down and pay attention. He became known for crafting pieces that felt like soundtracks to moments of quiet reflection, works that could accompany solitude, sadness, hope, and the vast interior landscapes of the mind. This delicate approach set him apart and earned him critical acclaim. A significant turning point in Richter's career came with the release of Memory House in 2002, an album that melded classical instrumentation with electronic and ambient elements in a way that felt both innovative and timeless. The work established him as a leading figure in the new classical movement, a composer who could bridge the past and the present seamlessly. His music began to reach wider audiences, appearing in films, television, and dance performances, where it provided emotional depth and narrative complexity without overwhelming the visual storytelling. Following Memory House, Richter's work continued to evolve. Albums like the Blue Notebooks and Songs from Before Four explored themes of memory, loss, and time, inviting listeners into contemplative spaces. His ability to weave delicate piano melodies with sweeping string arrangements and subtle electronic pulses created an atmosphere that was both intimate and expansive. These compositions were not just music, but experiences, soundscapes that encourage introspection and emotional connection. Richter's approach to composition was deeply personal. He often spoke about music as a way of understanding the world and ourselves, a tool for healing and empathy. His pieces were crafted with great care, each note placed with intention to evoke specific feelings or memories. This emotional honesty resonated strongly in a world often dominated by noise and distraction, offering moments of calm and clarity. Audiences found comfort in his music's gentle rhythms and haunting melodies, which seemed to articulate what words often could not. Yes, and his collaborations with filmmakers, choreographers, and artists further enriched his creative palette. Working on scores for films like Waltz with Bashir and Arrival, Richter demonstrated an extraordinary ability to enhance storytelling through music that was both subtle and powerful. His scores never dominated but supported the narrative, providing emotional undercurrents that deepened the viewer's experience. This synergy between image and sound became a hallmark of his style, earning him widespread recognition and numerous awards. The period of intense creativity and public attention also brought new challenges. Richter was aware of the pressure to constantly innovate and the temptation to commercialize his music. Yet he remained committed to authenticity, often returning to solo piano works or small ensembles where he could explore ideas in a pure and undisturbed form. His work retained a meditative quality, a reminder that music's greatest power lies not in grand gestures, but in subtlety and space. Later in his career, Richter continued to push boundaries, experimenting with new technologies and multimedia formats. He composed for orchestras and electronic ensembles, integrating live performance with digital art in innovative ways. Projects like Sleep, an 8-hour piece designed to accompany the act of sleeping, showcased his unique vision, music that was not just to be listened to, but experienced deeply, influencing body and mind. This ambitious work invited listeners to rethink the relationship between music and everyday life, blurring the line between art and living. Richter's legacy is not just the sum of his compositions, but the emotional landscapes he created. His music has become a refuge for many, a source of solace and inspiration. He reminds us that music is a language of feeling and memory, capable of bridging the distances between people and moments in time. His soundscapes invite us to slow down, breathe, and connect. Is not just the sum of his compositions, but the emotional landscapes he created. His music has become a refuge for many, a source of solace and inspiration. He reminds us that music is a language of feeling and memory, capable of bridging the distances between people and moments in time. His soundscapes invite us to slow down, breathe, and connect with the quiet beauty of existence. As you settle into the quiet night, imagine yourself surrounded by the gentle waves of Max Richter's music. Let the soft piano notes and sweeping strings wash over you like a gentle tide, carrying away the worries of the day. Feel the subtle rhythms guide you toward peaceful dreams, where memories blend with hope, and the soul finds rest in a world of sound and silence. Sleep well, dear traveler of quiet moments. Sweet dreams. Joe Hisaishi. Joe Hisaishi was born as Mamoru Fujisawa on December 6, 1950, in Nakano, Japan. From a young age, he was drawn to music's gentle power, its ability to evoke emotions and paint pictures beyond words. His childhood was shaped by a blend of traditional Japanese culture and the rapid modernization of post-war Japan. Music filled his home, and he quickly showed promise as a pianist, practicing with dedication, but also with a sense of wonder. The discipline instilled in him by his parents was balanced by an imaginative spirit that sought to explore the world through sound. His family encouraged his passion, but it was Hisaishi's own curiosity and perseverance that propelled him forward. As a boy, he spent hours absorbed in melodies, both from Western classical composers and the growing wave of Japanese music. This early mix of influences sowed the seeds for a musical journey that would transcend boundaries. Hisaishi's path was not always straightforward, but his quiet determination carried him through years of study and experimentation. Hisaishi entered the Kunitachi College of Music in Tokyo, where he studied composition and music theory. It was here that he began to shape his unique voice, combining classical techniques with contemporary sensibilities. He was fascinated by the possibilities of synthesizers and electronic music, which were then emerging as new frontiers. This fascination would later become a defining feature of his work, blending the warmth of acoustic instruments with the texture of electronic sounds. His early compositions hinted at a style both evocative and accessible, one that would soon capture the hearts of audiences worldwide. The rise of Joe Hisaishi as a celebrated composer was intertwined with his collaboration with filmmaker Hayao Miyazaki. This partnership began in the mid-1980s and blossomed into one of the most iconic composer-director relationships in cinema history. Hisaishi's music brought Miyazaki's enchanting worlds to life, weaving melodies that reflected the whimsy, depth, and emotional resonance of the stories. This synergy was no accident. Both artists shared a vision of storytelling that transcended mere entertainment, aiming instead to touch the soul. His early work on Miyazaki's films, such as Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind and Laputa, Castle in the Sky, revealed a composer who could craft themes that were at once simple and profound. The music breathed with the landscapes and characters, capturing the spirit of adventure and the delicate balance between humanity and nature. Hisaishi's melodies became as memorable as the visuals themselves, echoing long after the credits rolled. Hisaishi's promise blossomed further with his score for My Neighbor Totoro and Kiki's Delivery Service. These works solidified his reputation for creating music that was both joyful and introspective. His ability to write pieces that could convey innocence, wonder, and sometimes melancholy became his signature. Audiences found in his music a safe haven, a gentle embrace that offered comfort and hope. His compositions felt timeless, resonating across cultures and generations. A turning point in Hisaishi's career came with Princess Mononoke, a film that demanded a more complex, darker soundscape. The music reflected the film's themes of conflict between nature and human progress, weaving tension with beauty. Hisaishi rose to the challenge, composing a score that was sweeping and intense yet still intimately human. This work expanded his range, showing that his music could also speak to struggle, sacrifice, and the harsh realities of the world. It was a milestone that showcased his versatility and depth as an artist. Following Princess Mononoke, Hisaishi continued to evolve, scoring films like Spirited Away, which won the Academy Award for Best Animated Feature. His music in Spirited Away captured the magical, mysterious atmosphere of the film, guiding viewers through a journey of discovery and transformation. The haunting melodies and lush orchestrations evoked emotions that words alone could not express, deepening the cinematic experience. Hisaishi's compositions became inseparable from Miyazaki's storytelling, a language all their own. Despite his success in film, Hisaishi never confined himself to one medium. He composed concert works, soundtracks for other directors, and solo piano albums. His music continued to balance tradition and innovation, combining rich orchestration with minimalistic elegance. This openness to new forms and ideas kept his work fresh and compelling. Each project was approached with the same care and emotional honesty, a commitment to connecting with listeners on a profound level. However, the journey was not without its challenges. The pressure to continuously produce beloved scores and the desire to explore new musical territories often pulled Hisaishi in different directions. Yet he remained true to his artistic vision, refusing to sacrifice depth for commercial success. This integrity earned him respect, not only as a composer, but as a storyteller. His music was never mere background. It was a vital part of the narrative, a voice that spoke to the heart. Hisaishi's period of greatest acclaim was marked by a flourishing of creativity. He ventured beyond film scores to conduct orchestras around the world, sharing his music live with audiences who found solace and joy in his melodies. His concerts were experiences of collective dreaming, where listeners could lose themselves in the waves of sound. These performances underscored his belief in music as a shared, healing force. His later works, such as The Wind Forest and Piano Stories, revealed a composer comfortable with silence as much as sound. His use of space and restraint gave his music a meditative quality, inviting quiet reflection. This aspect of his style offered a refuge in a noisy world, reminding listeners of the power of stillness and the beauty in subtlety. Hisaishi's music was a gentle reminder to slow down, breathe deeply, and find peace within. In the years that followed, Joe Hisaishi's influence grew beyond the world of film and concert halls. His compositions were embraced in art installations, dance performances, and even therapeutic settings. His ability to evoke emotion through simple yet profound melodies made his music accessible and universal. He became a bridge between cultures, a voice that transcended language and geography. As his career matured, Hisaishi reflected on the nature of music and its place in human life. He spoke of music as a form of communication, a way to express what cannot be said with words. His work was a testament to the idea that beauty and meaning can be found even in the smallest sounds. Through his compositions, he invited listeners to reconnect with their own emotions and memories, to find comfort and inspiration. Now, as the night deepens around you, Imagine the gentle sounds of Joe Hisaishi's music filling your mind. Let the soft piano notes and sweeping strings create a cocoon of calm, a space where worries dissolve and dreams take shape. Feel the warmth of his melodies like a tender embrace, guiding you slowly toward restful sleep. In this moment, there is only peace, only the quiet rhythm of your breath and the gentle flow of music. Sleep well, dear dreamer of endless skies. Sweet dreams. Domenico Scarlatti. Domenico Scarlatti was born on October 26, 1685, in Naples, Italy, into a family steeped in music. His father, Alessandro Scarlatti, was a renowned Baroque composer and one of the leading figures in Italian opera. Growing up surrounded by music, Domenico's early life was shaped by his father's influence and the vibrant cultural scene of Naples. From a young age, Domenico showed remarkable talent on the harpsichord and was encouraged to pursue a life dedicated to music. His childhood was marked by rigorous training, yet there was also a spark of independence as he began exploring his own style. Domenico's rise to prominence came through a combination of talent, opportunity, and the rich musical environment of the Italian courts. Early on, he served as a musician in Rome and Naples, where his keyboard skills and compositions attracted attention. But it was his move to the Iberian Peninsula that defined his career. Invited to work for the Portuguese and later the Spanish royal courts, Domenico found a new audience and inspiration. The fusion of Italian Baroque traditions with Iberian folk elements became a hallmark of his work, setting him apart from contemporaries. In his early career at the courts, Scarlatti was both a performer and a teacher, known for his virtuosity on the harpsichord. His music gained favor among aristocrats and royalty, and he earned respect as a composer of intricate keyboard sonatas. These pieces were innovative, often exploring daring harmonies and technical challenges that pushed the limits of the instrument. Domenico's compositions reflected a playful spirit and a deep understanding of the keyboard's expressive potential. His sonatas began to circulate beyond courtly circles, influencing musicians across Europe. A turning point came when Domenico's style matured into a distinct voice, blending the Italian Baroque's elegance with Spanish dance rhythms and melodies. His keyboard sonatas, numbering over 500, showcased a variety of moods, from lively rhythmic dances to introspective lyrical movements. This fusion created a vibrant and original sound world that was both technically demanding and emotionally engaging. Scarlatti's works became treasured for their freshness and inventiveness, elevating the harpsichord repertoire to new heights. However, Domenico's career was not without challenges. The demands of court life, shifting political landscapes, and the evolution of musical taste required adaptability. Despite these pressures, he remained committed to his artistic vision, continually experimenting with form and harmony. His music sometimes puzzled audiences accustomed to more traditional styles, but it also inspired admiration for its originality. Scarlatti's willingness to innovate contributed to his lasting legacy, even if widespread recognition took time. His later years were spent mainly in Spain, where he continued composing and teaching. His influence spread through his students and the dissemination of his sonatas. Though he never achieved the superstar status of some contemporaries, Domenico Scarlatti's work profoundly shaped keyboard music's development. His sonatas were rediscovered and celebrated in later centuries, appreciated for their boldness and expressiveness. This posthumous recognition affirmed his role as a bridge between Baroque traditions and later classical innovations. Domenico's death on July 23, 1757 in Madrid marked the end of a prolific career that quietly transformed keyboard music. His sonatas survived him, cherished by musicians and scholars who admired their technical brilliance and poetic charm. While the world around him has changed, Domenico's music retained its vitality, inviting listeners into a realm of rhythmic vitality and harmonic surprise. His compositions remain a testament to creativity's power to transcend time and place. Reflecting on his legacy, Domenico Scarlatti stands as a symbol of artistic innovation and cultural fusion. His sonatas reveal a composer unafraid to blend styles, to challenge conventions, and to explore new musical landscapes. He reminds us that true artistry often lies in the delicate balance between tradition and invention. Through his music, Domenico's spirit continues to inspire, encouraging each listener to discover beauty in unexpected places. As you drift into sleep, let the shimmering notes of Scarlatti's sonatas wash over you like gentle waves, calming your mind and lifting your spirit. Sleep well, dear dreamer of timeless melodies. Sweet dreams. Claudio Monteverdi. Claudio Monteverdi, born on May 15, 1567 in Cremona, Italy, emerged as a towering figure in the transition from the Renaissance to the Baroque era of music. His early life was immersed in the rich cultural atmosphere of Cremona, a city known for its craftsmanship and vibrant musical tradition. Monteverdi's father, Baldassare Monteverdi, was a merchant, but Claudio's path was clearly set toward music from a young age. He showed prodigious talent early on, studying with local maestros and mastering the lute, viol, and especially the voice. His education was thorough, combining theoretical knowledge with practical musicianship, and by his teenage years, he was already composing. Monteverdi's rise to prominence was gradual but steady. His first published work, a book of madrigals released when he was just 15, caught the attention of patrons and fellow musicians alike. His madrigals, a popular vocal form of the time, showcased a mastery of harmony and emotional expression that set him apart from his peers. As his reputation grew, Monteverdi secured positions at various Italian courts, culminating in his appointment as Maestro di Cappella at the court of Mantua. Here, he was able to experiment and innovate, blending traditional Renaissance polyphony with emerging Baroque styles, particularly the use of basso continuo and dramatic expression. Monteverdi's early years at Mantua were marked by creative vigor and success. His operas, including the groundbreaking L'Orfeo, are now regarded as some of the earliest masterpieces of the genre. This work, premiered in 1607, was revolutionary, combining music, poetry, and stagecraft in a way that deeply influenced the future of Western music. It reflected a new focus on emotional storytelling through music, moving beyond the abstract beauty of earlier Renaissance forms. Monteverdi's operas and madrigals pushed boundaries, exploring human passions with unprecedented intensity. A turning point in Monteverdi's life and career came when he moved to Venice in 1613 to become the Maestro di Cappella at St. Mark's Basilica. This prestigious position gave him greater resources and an influential platform, but also new challenges. The political and religious environment of Venice required careful navigation, and Monteverdi's music took on a more sacred tone alongside his secular compositions. His works became more elaborate, embracing the full Baroque aesthetic with dramatic contrasts, complex textures, and rich orchestration. This period cemented Monteverdi's role as a pioneer who bridged two eras of musical thought. Despite his artistic triumphs, Monteverdi's life was not free from difficulties. The pressures of his official duties, health problems, and the demands of court politics sometimes weighed heavily on him. Yet these hardships seemed to fuel his creativity, leading to some of his most profound works late in life. His Vespro della Beata Vergine, Vespers of 1610, remains a monumental sacred composition, blending innovation with devotion. However, the delicate balance between tradition and innovation sometimes caused friction with conservative factions, and Monteverdi had to defend his progressive ideas vigorously. Monteverdi's later years were marked by continued productivity, but also by physical decline. His compositions grew increasingly introspective and complex, reflecting a mature artist's contemplation on mortality and faith. He remained influential in Venice until his death on November 29, 1643, leaving behind a legacy that transformed the course of Western music. His works had laid the groundwork for future Baroque composers, and established opera as a central musical form. Though he never sought fame in the modern sense, Monteverdi's name became synonymous with musical innovation and emotional depth. The historical significance of Monteverdi is immense. He is often credited with inventing opera as we know it, elevating music's role in drama and storytelling. His ability to merge the old and new, to preserve Renaissance polyphony while embracing Baroque expressiveness, marks him as a transitional genius. Monteverdi's work challenged conventions and expanded the possibilities of musical language. He is a reminder of how artists must often negotiate between tradition and change, crafting new paths while honoring their roots. As you settle into your rest, let Monteverdi's harmonies and melodies gently soothe your thoughts. Imagine the soft glow of candlelight in an Italian chapel, the delicate interplay of voices and strings inviting peace. Sleep well, dear traveler, through time and sound. Sweet dreams. Henry Purcell. Henry Purcell was born in the shadow of Westminster in 1659, in a London recovering from fire and ferment. His earliest memories must have been shaped by the grand echoes of the Abbey's choral hymns, for he lived just a breath away from its walls. His father, also named Henry, was a respected gentleman of the Chapel Royal, a singer of sacred song and ceremony. Music ran like warm blood through the veins of the Purcell household, and young Henry, the middle child, drank it in like morning light through cathedral windows. Tragedy came early, as both his parents died while he was still young. But Henry was taken under the wing of his uncle Thomas, a composer himself, and a guardian not just in name but in spirit. In this cocoon of musical heritage and royal patronage, Henry's gift began to emerge, gently like mist lifting from the Thames. His first compositions were written before his teenage years, and his early education was overseen by some of the finest musicians in England. He became a chorister in the Chapel Royal, where he studied the techniques of counterpoint, harmony, and instrumental writing with a seriousness that belied his youth. By the time he was 18, Henry was appointed composer to the king's violins, and not long after, he became the organist of Westminster Abbey, a position steeped in tradition and expectation. Still only in his early 20s, he sat at the keys where many before him had passed, but none with quite his touch. Purcell's music shimmered even in its formality. It was English at heart, yet touched by the elegance of the continent. He absorbed the French flair of Lully, the Italian drama of Carissimi, yet distilled it all into something distinctly his own. His early career was marked by courtly music, composed for royal birthdays, funerals, weddings, and restorations. He was an ornament of the Restoration Court, his music as decorative and powerful as the golden flourishes of Baroque architecture. But he was never merely ornamental. His work carried emotional weight, sincerity, and a subtle understanding of the human condition. His fantasias for viols, written when the form was already fading, were filled with melancholy, like echoes from an older, vanishing world. As the years unfolded, Purcell's music grew in complexity and drama. He ventured into theater, composing incidental music for dozens of plays performed in London's bustling houses. This was a time when drama and politics danced closely together, and Purcell's music underscored it all with grace and boldness. In King Arthur, the Fairy Queen, and the Indian Queen, his music did not merely accompany, it elevated. He painted moods with his notes, capturing frost and fire, magic and despair, all with an economy and elegance that made him beloved by audiences and royalty alike. The turning point came with Dido and Aeneas. Commissioned for a girls' school in Chelsea, it was modest in scale, but monumental in impact. It was Purcell's only true opera, and though short, it revealed his genius for tragic storytelling. In the closing aria, "When I Am Laid in Earth," Purcell crafted a lament that pierced the heart with its descending bass line and mournful melody. Dido's sorrow became timeless, her fall etched into history with a poignancy that transcended the stage. It was music that made listeners weep, gently, beautifully, and it has never stopped. As Purcell's fame grew, so did his responsibilities. He continued to serve as the principal court composer, writing odes for the king, processional pieces for the nobility, and sacred anthems that filled Westminster Abbey with soaring devotion. His music was ever present in London life, at weddings, at plays, in churches, in taverns. He had become the voice of his city's spirit, regal yet restless, pious yet passionate, intellectual yet earthy. But behind his brilliance, shadows began to gather. His health waned in his mid-30s, though the reasons remained cloaked in mystery. Some said he caught a chill from being locked out of his home one rainy evening. Others whispered of consumption or overwork. Whatever the cause, his decline was rapid. In the autumn of 1695, as the leaves browned and fell in Westminster's courtyards, Henry Purcell's light began to dim. He died on November 21st at the age of just 36. London mourned. Bells rang from the abbey he had served so faithfully. He was laid to rest beneath its stones, close to the organ he had once played with such quiet majesty. The words on his tomb read, "Here lies Henry Purcell, who left this life and is gone to that blessed place where only his harmony can be exceeded." A fitting tribute, for his music had indeed seemed touched by something higher, something celestial. And yet his legacy did not swell in the way one might expect for such a prodigy. For decades his name lay sleeping beneath the tide of continental music. Bach, Handel, Vivaldi. It was only centuries later that the English musical tradition would look back and reclaim him, not merely as a footnote, but as a foundation. He was not a composer of the past, but a herald of what could be. Music that combined sacred devotion with human emotion, that served the stage and the altar alike. Today, Purcell's influence lives in the DNA of British music. Benjamin Britten acknowledged him as a master. His harmonies inspired not just classical composers, but modern musicians who sought something eternal in their art. His works, from odes to anthems, from funeral sentences to drinking songs, form a kaleidoscope of 17th century England. Its elegance, its humor, its sorrow, its reverence. Close your eyes now, and let the quiet strains of Purcell's viols echo in the halls of your imagination. Let his gentle melodies wash over you like candlelight flickering on wood-paneled chapel walls. The city outside grows still, and the stars above Westminster gleam softly, remembering a young man who once gave them voice. Sleep well, dear dreamer of old England. Sweet dreams, William Byrd. In the quiet mists of Tudor England, under gray skies and the solemn toll of village bells, a boy was born in 1540 who would become one of England's most revered musical voices. William Byrd entered the world during a time of religious upheaval, of shifting monarchies and clashing beliefs. Yet from the earliest days of his youth, it was clear his path would be one of music, of harmony rising through division, of beauty woven through strife. He was likely born in Lincolnshire, the youngest of several children in a respectable but modest family. His earliest education is thought to have been under the guidance of Thomas Tallis, the greatest English composer of the preceding generation, and the influence of this mentorship would resonate through Byrd's life like the echoes of a well-sung motet. By the time he was a young man, Byrd was already composing with astonishing grace and depth, drawing on the polyphonic traditions of his mentors, yet bringing something unmistakably his own: a yearning, a solemnity, a human intimacy cloaked in sacred tone. He began his professional life as organist and master of the choristers at Lincoln Cathedral, and it was there that his skill in sacred music deepened. The cathedral rang with his anthems, his Latin motets, his bold and intricate mass settings. But even as he lifted voices to the heavens, the world below was turning. The Protestant Reformation had reached England's shores, and Queen Elizabeth I, though a lover of music, had ushered in a new age of Anglican dominance. Latin Mass was no longer welcome in the open air. Yet Byrd's heart beat still for the old ways. A devout Catholic in a time of Protestant rule, he was soon forced to walk a careful line, his compositions outwardly in service of the crown, but inwardly filled with quiet rebellion, a devotion to his private faith whispered through notes and phrasing. He was appointed a gentleman of the Chapel Royal, a position of prestige and favor, and there he composed music for the Queen herself. His English anthems like Sing Joyfully carried the energy of courtly worship. But in the shadows he continued writing Latin works, mass settings, gradualia, and clandestine motets that would be performed in secret chapels, in candlelit rooms hidden from royal eyes. The rise of his career was swift but fraught. He was one of the few composers of his time to write equally in sacred and secular styles, and his genius extended to madrigals, consort songs, and keyboard pieces. His collection, My Lady Neville's Book, a compilation of virtuosic keyboard works, remains one of the finest artifacts of Renaissance music. Each piece dances with ornament and logic, like the delicate interlace of lace or the gentle ripple of wind across stained glass. Despite being a Catholic under Protestant rule, Byrd was granted unusual protection. He and Tallis had received a royal monopoly to print and publish music, a rare gift, and it allowed Byrd to publish both his sanctioned works and those of his private devotion. Still, suspicion followed him. He was fined, watched, and at times restricted in his movements. He moved from London to the countryside, to the small village of Stondon Massey in Essex, where he lived out his later years, composing quietly, with dignity, and without renouncing the faith that defined his spirit. In those years of semi-retreat, Byrd composed his most deeply spiritual works. His masses for 3, 4, and 5 voices are not grandiose or theatrical. They are intimate, prayerful, almost whispered. One imagines a small room of believers, gathered in fear and faith, singing together under threat of persecution. In those harmonies lie the courage of conviction, the solace of ritual, and the resilience of art. His music became a refuge, a hidden sanctuary, not just for those who sang it, but for Byrd himself. It was in these quiet masses and sacred motets that his soul lived most clearly, measured, sorrowful, unwavering. As the years wore on, the turbulence of the times did not shake his resolve. Even under threat, he never abandoned his beliefs nor ceased to compose. He was a man of contradictions, loyal to the crown yet faithful to a forbidden church, public in favor yet private in rebellion. In his art, those contradictions became one voice, a voice of grace, of elegant protest, of luminous depth. He lived to a respectable age for his time, dying in 1623 at around 83 years old. By then, the world had shifted again. The Renaissance was giving way to the Baroque, the echoes of his polyphony beginning to fade into new rhythms and new ornaments. But Byrd's music did not fade. His work remained in manuscript, passed from hand to hand, kept alive by choirs and quietly remembered by those who had once sung in secret. What remains of William Byrd is more than just music. It is a testament to integrity, to the power of beauty even in dark times. He reminds us that art can be both sanctuary and statement, that through melody and harmony, the soul can speak truths that might otherwise be silenced. His notes carried both reverence and resistance, and in every careful phrase, every perfect cadence, every sorrowful chromatic turn, he left behind a glimpse of peace in an age of fear. His influence stretches far beyond the Tudor world that shaped him. Later English composers from Purcell to Britten felt his shadow and his light. His music taught them not just how to write, but how to mean something. Today, his compositions are still sung, some in majestic cathedrals, others in quiet chapels. some by grand choirs in resonant halls, and some by candlelight, as they were in his day. Close your eyes now, and let the stillness of birds' world surround you. The whisper of ink on parchment, the soft shuffle of robes through the abbey, the hush before a single voice begins. Let the sacred harmonies rise like mist around your thoughts. Let the world slow and the heart soften. As you drift into sleep, carry with you the quiet courage of William Byrd, the composer who sang softly through storms, whose faith gave him strength, whose music gave him voice. Sleep well, dear dreamer. May your night be peaceful and your dreams filled with harmony. Josquin des Prés. In a quiet village near the borderlands of France in what is now Belgium, sometime between 1450 and 1455, a child was born who would change the course of music forever. His name was Josquin des Prés, though in his day he was known simply as Josquin. An enigma even then, a mystery now. His exact birthplace is uncertain, and much of his early life remains cloaked in the haze of history. But from those humble, uncertain beginnings, he would rise to become the most admired composer of the Renaissance. He likely came into the world in the region of Hainaut, part of the Duchy of Burgundy, a land where polyphony filled the air like incense and choral beauty was considered the highest expression of devotion. From an early age, Josquin showed signs of unusual musical intelligence. It's believed he sang as a choir boy in a local church or court, possibly under the guidance of Johannes Ockeghem, the towering master of the previous generation. If true, it would be a lineage of extraordinary power. Ockeghem passing his deep, complex style into Josquin's young and hungry hands. His talents carried him to the courts of powerful patrons, noblemen, dukes, kings, and popes. He served in Milan, Rome, Ferrara, and possibly even Paris. And everywhere he went, his reputation grew. In the Sistine Chapel, under the frescoes of Michelangelo not yet painted, Josquin's music once rang through the vaults, voices interweaving in perfect counterpoint, lifting sacred words into something eternal. His masses, motets, and chansons were performed not only in chapels, but in royal palaces, cloisters, and classrooms. His name became legend, a symbol of perfection. In the early years of his career, Josquin composed in the elaborate, densely woven style of the time. But as he matured, something shifted. He began to strip away the excess, letting clarity and expression rise above complexity. He was one of the first to treat music as a language of emotion, not just mathematics made beautiful, but feeling made sound. His melodies sang with grace, his harmonies carried sorrow and joy alike. He could make a line of music mournful as a prayer or joyous as a sunrise. And above all, he made his listeners feel. There was a time in Europe when to write, as Josquin would have done, was the highest praise a composer could receive. He was the first composer whose fame outlived his life, whose works were published widely during and after his time. Martin Luther, the great reformer, once said that, "Josquin is the master of the notes. They must do as he wills." No small statement, and yet entirely true. Josquin's music had a will of its own. It flowed naturally, shaped with both intellect and instinct. Each phrase seemed to breathe, to rise and fall like a human voice in contemplation. And yet Josquin remained elusive. For all his fame, he was known for a reclusive temperament. Some said he was difficult, even temperamental. Others said he was playful, a trickster with a wry smile. He could delay commissions for months or years, only to produce a masterpiece at once when it pleased him. He was not bound by the demands of patrons, nor the styles of his day. He wrote not to flatter, but to speak some inner truth. In 1503, Josquin accepted a final position as provost at the church of Condé-sur-Lescaut near the end of his life. There he settled into a more reflective, quiet existence, far from the grandeur of courts. In those final years, he composed pieces of profound simplicity and beauty. His famous motet Ave Maria, Virgo Serena, though written earlier, seemed to echo his spiritual depth. It remains one of the most perfect works of the Renaissance, a balance of symmetry, reverence, and human emotion. Josquin's last compositions carried with them the weight of farewell. His Miserere Mei, Deus, inspired by the Psalm of David, was a stark, haunting plea for mercy, built on repetition and restraint. With each return of the word miserere, the listener feels both the weight of sin and the hope of grace. It is a work of penance and beauty, of sorrow and redemption. He died in 1521, and with his passing, an era seemed to shift. The world continued, of course. New composers rose, new styles emerged, but the sense remained that something unique had been lost. Josquin had been the bridge between eras, between the complex architecture of medieval polyphony and the expressive clarity of the Renaissance. And yet, he never truly vanished. His music was copied, studied, and sung for generations. For decades after his death, publishers falsely attributed works to him to boost sales. The name Josquin had become not just a signature, but a seal of excellence. What makes his music endure is not just its technical perfection, though it has that. It is the humanity within it. When Josquin said a text, he lived it. When he wrote of joy, the heart lifted. When he wrote of sorrow, the soul wept. His music was not of angels, but of people, flawed, faithful, seeking something higher. And in his work, that something was found. Even now, in a world of electric sounds and rapid rhythms, Josquin's music can still hush a room. It can still bring tears to the eyes, still open a quiet door in the listener's heart. Perhaps it is the purity of it, the sense that this music does not rush, does not boast, it simply is. Like a candle lit in a cathedral, it glows quietly without demand, yet offering warmth to all who come near. Let your mind drift now to a vaulted chapel, stone cold and echoing with soft chant. Let your breath follow the rise and fall of voices centuries old. No instruments, only the purity of human sound. Each line independent, yet woven together. Like the stars across the night sky, each voice finds its place. As your thoughts settle into quiet, may the spirit of Josquin des Prez surround you, not with grand declarations, but with gentle wisdom. He who turns sacred silence into sound, he who gave voice to the unseen. As you close your eyes tonight, let the timeless calm of Josquin's music carry you into peaceful dreams. Sleep well, dear listener of ages past. May your rest be as eternal as his song. Giovanni Pierluigi da Palestrina. In a quiet town nestled among the hills of Lazio, not far from the eternal city of Rome, a child was born in the year 1525 who would come to be known as the Prince of Music. His name was Giovanni Pierluigi da Palestrina, though he was often simply called Palestrina, named after the place of his birth. The boy grew up amidst cobbled streets and sunlit piazzas, where church bells marked the hours and the murmur of liturgy hummed like a second language. Music was the air he breathed. There is little known about his earliest days, for his life would be told more in melody than in manuscript. His family was modest, possibly merchants or tradesmen. But young Giovanni showed signs of remarkable musical promise. He would have first heard music in church, chant rising from stone walls, the quiet harmony of devotion echoing through sacred space. Somewhere along the way, his voice, clear and bright, caught the attention of the church leaders. He was brought to Rome, to the heart of Christendom, to train as a choir boy, one voice among many, yet already distinct. He absorbed the knowledge of counterpoint and plain song like sunlight into stone. At the Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore, where he likely studied, he became part of a tradition centuries old. But Palestrina would not simply follow this tradition. He would transform it, preserve it, and elevate it to heights never seen before. Rome in the 16th century was a city of contrasts, sacred and profane, splendor and scandal. The Catholic Church, under siege by the Reformation, sought both to cleanse and to reaffirm. In this charged atmosphere, music was not decoration, it was salvation. Giovanni's rise was steady and graceful, like his music. He married Lucrezia Gori and began a family, even as his professional star ascended. He became the Maestro di Cappella of the Cappella Giulia at St. Peter's Basilica, an honor beyond his years. His compositions were already gaining notice, motets, hymns, and mass settings that shimmered with clarity, balance, and reverence. Unlike many composers of his time, he wrote not to dazzle with complexity, but to uplift with purity. His melodies flowed like rivers, smooth and radiant, never obscuring the sacred texts but always serving them. Palestrina lived in the era of the Counter-Reformation, a time when the Church wrestled with its identity. At the Council of Trent, convened to address the crises posed by Protestant reformers, even church music came under scrutiny. There were whispers among the clergy that polyphonic music, so elaborate, so decorative, distracted from the sacred message. Some proposed that music should return to the simplicity of chant. For a moment it seemed all that Palestrina had built might be swept away. But then came the legend, whether true or embroidered by admirers, no one knows. It is said that when the church leaders heard Palestrina's Missa Papa Marcelli, they were struck silent. Here was polyphony that did not obscure the words, but illuminated them. Here was complexity that felt simple, beauty that served devotion. The Mass was performed before the council, and the voices rose with solemnity and grace, one note flowing into another like prayer made sound. They listened, they wept, and they changed their minds. Thus, Palestrina became known as the savior of church music. Though modern historians debate the literal truth of the tale, its spirit remains. He preserved polyphonic sacred music through purity of form and serenity of sound. He showed that music could be both intricate and intelligible, emotional and reverent. He composed over 100 masses, more than 300 motets, countless hymns, litanies, and spiritual songs. Each piece felt like a tapestry of devotion, voices entering gently, weaving into one another, never clashing, always resolving. But his life was not without sorrow. The plague came to Rome, as it so often did, and it swept away his beloved wife Lucrezia and their 2 sons. Palestrina, devastated, nearly left the world behind and considered taking holy orders. Yet music pulled him back. He remarried, sought stability, and returned to composition with deeper purpose. His later works carry a tone of serenity tinged with grief, a sacred acceptance of impermanence. In his final years, Palestrina served as the musical director of several churches and chapels, including his beloved St. Peter's. He trained choirs, oversaw liturgical music, and continued to compose with unwavering grace. He was not interested in fame, nor an experiment for its own sake. While other composers chased novelty, Palestrina remained true to balance, clarity, and peace. He died in 1594 in the city that had shaped him and which he had shaped in return. And yet he did not truly die. His music remained, echoing through the cathedrals and chapels of Rome and far beyond. Generations of composers studied his scores, held his name in reverence. Bach copied his works by hand. Mozart called his Missa Papae Martelli a model of perfect beauty. Even in the modern age, students of counterpoint are taught the Palestrina style, a template of musical purity. But what is that style really? It is not just rules and voices. It is stillness. It is devotion without pride. It is the sound of faith breathing. Each line, though independent, seeks unity. Each dissonance is prepared and resolved. Each phrase is like a footstep in sacred space. In Palestrina's music, the human voice becomes the vessel of something greater. a whispered truth, a yearning spirit, a peace beyond understanding. Perhaps that is why his compositions are still sung today, centuries later. They require no instruments, no spectacle, just voices, just harmony, just hearts open to light. And when sung in echoing halls or quiet cloisters, they still do what they always did: lift the soul, quiet the mind, and gently close the eyes to the world. Let your thoughts drift now to the candlelit corners of the Sistine Chapel, where monks once hummed his melodies in the early dawn. Let your heart slow to the rhythm of voices rising and falling like breath. No drama, no demand, only grace, only the steady unfolding of some. Palestrina gave us not music to senses, but music to soothe the soul. In his work, the world finds stillness, like ripples settling on a pond at twilight. His legacy is not loud, but lasting, not forceful, but faithful. He reminds us that simplicity, when born of deep truth, can be more powerful than grandeur. As you close your eyes tonight, may the calm clarity of Palestrina's harmonies guide you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear listener. Let the quiet prayers of Renaissance Rome carry you into a night of peace. Sweet dreams. Hildegard von Bingen. In the rolling green valleys of the Rhineland, long before modern borders drew their sharp lines, a child was born beneath the swaying boughs and shifting sky, born not into silence, but into sound. Her name was Hildegard. Born in the year 1098 to a noble family of modest influence, she was the 10th child. The world she entered was filled with the rhythm of prayer and the rustle of parchment, of thunderclouds and candlelight, of whispered Latin and murmured secrets of the earth. Even as a child, Hildegard saw things, visions painted not with pigments but with pure light. Patterns danced before her eyes, voices hummed in her soul. These were not hallucinations nor dreams, but luminous truths that she later called the living light. Though those around her were cautious and sometimes even fearful, she knew the visions came not from within her, but through her, from the divine she believed, or from the music of creation itself. At the age of 8, she was offered to the church as a tithe, as was the custom for noble families. She was enclosed in a stone cell beside Jutta von Sponheim, an anchoress who would become her mentor, spiritual guide, and companion in silence. Together they lived in a cloistered world, where time passed not in seasons, but in prayers and chants, in study and in stillness. The cell was small, but Hildegard's mind was vast, and even in this silence, she heard music. While many of her contemporaries studied scripture and ritual, Hildegard was grasping something more cosmic, seeing the interconnectedness of soul and star, of body and spirit. She began composing songs that didn't just praise God. They reached for the divine in nature, in women, in flesh, in wind and fire. Her chants were unlike those of other composers, soaring, strange, filled with intervals that seemed to hover between earth and heaven. She believed that music was the echo of the celestial spheres, and her melodies shimmered like dew on leaves at dawn. In time, Jutta died, and Hildegard was elected as magistra by her fellow nuns. But Hildegard was not meant to remain walled in. Her visions, once private, now surged forward like a river breaking its dam. The voice told her, "Write what you see." And so, with trembling obedience, she began to write Civius, Know the Ways, a record of visions received, painted in image and word. It was luminous and wild, filled with cosmic wheels and blazing eyes, womb-like mandalas and sacred flames. Her fame spread. Bishops read her works and were astonished. The Pope himself endorsed her visions, granting them authenticity in the eyes of the Church. In an age when women's voices were often silenced, Hildegard's was amplified by divine fire. She did not stop at theology. She wrote medical treatises, Physica and Calcea Curae, works of herbal lore and healing, seeing no divide between soul and skin, between the spirit's sorrow and the stomach's sickness. She believed illness was imbalance, and balance came from harmony, with nature, with the divine, with one's own heart. And then there was her music. More than 70 works survive. Hymns, antiphons, sequences, all soaring, haunting, filled with love and light. Her compositions were gifts to the angels, not written for fame but for ecstasy. Her most famous collection, Symphonia Harmonia Celestium Revelationum, the symphony of the harmony of celestial revelations, echoes like the voices of stars themselves. She wrote of female saints and martyrs with fire in her pen. She celebrated the Virgin Mary not only as mother, but as Queen of Wisdom, as the blooming rose, as the vessel of divine song. She called the feminine sacred, and in doing so, rebalanced a world out of tune. As Hildegard grew older, she founded her own convent at Rupertsberg, a place of music and medicine, of spirit and silence. There she ruled with both kindness and firm clarity, guiding younger women into knowledge, into song, into strength. But even Hildegard was not immune to resistance. At times she faced conflict from male clergy, who could not comprehend the authority she carried or the voice she claimed. Once she allowed a man who had been excommunicated to be buried in the convent cemetery. When the bishops objected, she stood firm. The man had been absolved, she insisted, and she would not disturb his rest. They placed her convent under interdict. No music, no mass, no sacrament. For Hildegard, it was a profound wound. Music, the language of heaven, was silenced. But she wrote them a letter, fiery, poetic, unwavering. And in time, the punishment was lifted. Her song returned. She kept writing, composing, and speaking until the end of her days. She traveled, gave sermons, wrote letters to emperors, bishops, and popes. Her voice remained clear until the last, unshaken, rooted, blazing. When she died in 1179 at the age of 81, it is said that two streams of light crossed the sky above her convent. Some said they were omens. Others said they were angels, carrying the soul of a visionary back to the stars from which her melodies once came. Centuries passed, and her name faded in shadow. Her manuscripts rested in dusty libraries, her music quiet, her visions unread. But she waited, as all true prophets do. The 20th century brought a rediscovery, a slow resurgence of her voice. Scholars found her music again, and singers raised it into air once more. Women read her visions and saw their own reflections. Mystics, artists, and dreamers claimed her as a kindred soul. She was canonized not only in spirit, but in truth. In 2012, nearly a millennium after her birth, the Vatican named her a Doctor of the Church, one of only 4 women in all of Catholic history to receive that title. What is it that draws us still to Hildegard? Perhaps it is her courage, the way she dared to speak divine truths in a world that asked her to be silent. Perhaps it is her art, the way she wove theology into music, medicine into mystery, voice into vision. Perhaps it is her deep belief that the universe itself is a song, and that each of us, in our own strange intervals, can join that music. Her words still ring, "O quam mirabilis est anima," "Oh, how wondrous is the soul." And perhaps in this quiet night, with stars outside and your heart gently slowing, you feel a bit of that wonder now. As you close your eyes tonight, may Hildegard's visions light your path to peaceful dreams. Sleep well, dear seeker of harmony. The music is within you. Sweet dreams. Orlando di Lasso. In a time of cathedrals and courts, when kings wielded scepters like poets wielded pens, a child was born who would write not with ink, but with voices. His name would echo across Europe, Orlando di Lasso, or as he was sometimes known, Roland de Lassus, Orlando de Lassus, or simply Lassus, the man whose music flowed as freely as the rivers that threaded through Renaissance lands. He was born around 1532 in Mons, a small town in the Habsburg Netherlands, now Belgium, a place of soft hills, medieval spires, and cobblestone alleys. As a boy, he sang in the choir of St. Nicholas, his voice already a beacon. It was said that his sound was so pure, so hauntingly beautiful, that he was kidnapped 3 times by noblemen who wanted to claim the angelic voice as their own. Whether myth or truth, the story captures a deeper reality. Orlando's genius was undeniable from the very beginning. His gift was not merely for performance, but for understanding harmony in a way few could grasp. He wasn't just a boy with a beautiful voice. He was a child of harmony, a vessel through which Renaissance music would reach its shimmering peak. By the age of 12, he had left home. He became a singer in Italy, traveling through the courts of Mantua, Milan, and Naples. The child became a student of the world. Italy shaped him, its sacred chants, its madrigals, its rich polyphony. He soaked in its passion, its poetry, its pageantry. At a time when Europe was fractured by faith, language, and war, Lassus became a bridge. He wrote in Latin, Italian, French, and German. His music transcended tongue and border. Whether composing masses, motets, chansons, or madrigals, he always found the soul of each form. And he didn't merely write for courts, he wrote for the human condition. In Rome, he served under the patronage of nobility, and eventually under Cosimo of de' Medici, where his fame began to glow like golden frescoes. His style matured, fluid, expressive, embracing joy and sorrow with equal tenderness. He became the Kapellmeister in the Bavarian court of Duke Albrecht V in Munich. It was here he would stay for most of his life, turning the ducal chapel into one of the most respected musical centers in Europe. His compositions numbered not in dozens but in hundreds, over 2,000 works, sacred motets that spiraled into heaven, secular chansons that winked with wit, madrigals rich in love and longing, masses filled with grandeur and grace. He seemed unable to stop composing. Music flowed from him like breath. His expressive range was vast. One moment he could capture divine awe in shimmering polyphony, the next, a peasant's laughter or a lover's heartbreak. He wrote with joy and with sorrow, with wisdom and with play. His pen painted both paradise and pain. He was a master of word painting, using musical textures to mirror the meaning of the text. If the lyrics spoke of rising, the voices would climb. If they mourned, they descended, aching and slow. Listening to his work was like walking through a living gallery of sound, where each phrase opened a new doorway of emotion. Despite his fame, Lassus lived through turbulence. The 16th century was not an age of peace. Religious wars raged. The Reformation had shattered the Catholic world. Art was a battleground. Some composers clung to strict rules of counterpoint and sacred form. Others rebelled into chromatic chaos. Lassus walked a balanced path. He never abandoned the sacred, but neither did he shy from the profane. He could write a solemn Magnificat in the morning, and by evening a bawdy chanson that delighted courtiers with clever double meanings. He believed in capturing the full compass of human experience. He once said, "Nothing human is foreign to me." By the 1580s, he had become Europe's most celebrated composer. Kings sought his service. Choirs across the continent sang his works. Pope Gregory XIII knighted him. Emperor Maximilian II ennobled him. He had become, without exaggeration, a musical monarch in his own right, without a crown, but with a halo of harmony. Yet fame could not guard him from sorrow. As he aged, Lassus grew melancholic. Letters from the time speak of his illness, not of body but of spirit. He spoke of being weighed down by invisible grief, of shadows that gathered around his joy. He suffered what we might now call depression, though in his time such things had no name, only silence. Still, he composed. His final masterpiece, the Lagrime di San Pietro, the Tears of St. Peter, is a sacred cycle of 21 madrigals and a closing motet. In these works, he poured his final breath. The cycle is not only about Peter's sorrow after denying Christ, it is about every soul that has ever turned away from light, then longed to return. It is repentance turned into music, anguish sculpted into beauty. He dedicated it to Pope Clement VIII, but he died before it could be performed. In June 1594, just a day after receiving notice that he was to be dismissed from his position due to budget cuts, Orlando de Lasso passed away. It was as if the music, so long his companion, had chosen to go silent with him. He was buried in Munich, in the shadow of the chapel where his voice once soared, but Orlando's song did not end. His music continued to be copied, studied, and performed. His name became enshrined in music history as one of the last great masters of the Renaissance, alongside Palestrina, Victoria, and Bird. And yet in many ways, he was something more, a chameleon of tone, a mirror of humanity, a prophet of polyphony. He remains one of the most prolific and versatile composers the world has ever known. Unlike many whose brilliance is confined to a single domain, Lassus shaped both sacred and secular music with equal grace. He stands at the end of the Renaissance like a lighthouse, casting light on all that came before and flickering into the dawn of a new era. His compositions are still sung, studied, and cherished. Modern choirs still weep at the aching lines of Tristis est anima mea. Students still marvel at the virtuosity of his counterpoint. Listeners still smile at the clever charm of his chanson. And somewhere, perhaps in an ancient cathedral or a quiet library, a voice rises, soft, clear, timeless, and Lassus lives again. So now, dear dreamer, let the voices of the past cradle you gently. Let their echoes remind you that though centuries pass, though empires fall and languages fade, music endures. Music remembers. As you drift into slumber, may Orlando's melodies float through your dreams like candlelight across water. As you close your eyes tonight, may the harmonies of Orlando de Lasso carry you softly into sleep. Rest well, tender soul of time. The choir awaits. Sweet dreams. Thomas Tallis. In a world of candlelight and cloisters, when parchment was rare and silence sacred, there lived a man whose music would stretch across centuries. Thomas Tallis, an English composer of immense reverence and depth, was born around 1505. In an age of upheaval, when monarchs changed, faiths clashed, and choirs whispered prayers in shifting tongues, Tallis remained a constant, a voice of divine stillness in a noisy, fractured land. His early years are cloaked in mystery, like notes before the first measure. It is likely he was born in Kent, though no records speak with certainty. We know he was a chorister, and we know he had an ear trained by both beauty and discipline. By the 1530s, he was serving as an organist at Dover Priory, his fingers already dancing across keys in praise. His career advanced with grace. He moved from Dover to London, serving at Waltham Abbey until the dissolution of the monasteries by King Henry VIII. When the abbey fell, Tallis did not falter. He adapted. He next found work at Canterbury Cathedral, then at court. There he would remain through the reigns of Henry VIII, Edward VI, Mary I, and Elizabeth I, each monarch with their own doctrine, demands, and dangers. Tallis survived by being more than obedient. He was wise. He adjusted his musical language to the times. Under Henry, Latin polyphony. Under Edward, simpler English anthems. With Mary came a return to Catholic grandeur. Under Elizabeth, restraint again. His pen followed no creed but the sacred. There was a quiet brilliance in his restraint. He never sought fame, never flaunted his skill, and yet in his music he revealed the divine. In the haunting, "If ye love me," the lines rise and fall like gentle prayer. In his lamentations of Jeremiah, the sorrow is sculpted in sound, weeping for a world undone. His greatest gift to history may be Spem in Alium, a 40-part motet of astonishing complexity and reverence. 40 voices, each moving in its own line, yet woven into a celestial unity. It is not merely a piece, it is a cathedral built of sound. Legend tells that Tallis composed it as a challenge response to a continental composer. Whatever its origin, the result is a pinnacle of choral art. He partnered with William Byrd later in life, securing a royal monopoly on music printing. It was a rare reward and a testament to his status. Yet even with such power, Tallis remained modest. He signed his work simply, T.T. He died in 1585, leaving no children but hundreds of musical offspring, composers inspired, students awakened, listeners moved. He was buried in Greenwich. His epitaph reads, "As he served and did not live to see the church's peace restored, may his music bring us that peace still." Tallis lived not in glory, but in grace. He endured not with might, but with music. Through kings and queens, through bloodshed and prayer, he offered his melodies as balm. As you close your eyes tonight, may the gentle echoes of Tallis carry you into peace. Rest in the music of the ages. Sleep well, dear dreamer. Sweet dreams. Leonin Perotin. In a time before the age of symphonies and grand concert halls, when the flickering glow of oil lamps lit the sacred spaces of medieval cathedrals, two names emerged from the cloisters of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, Leonin and Perotin. These two enigmatic figures transformed the course of Western music, setting the foundations of what we now know as polyphony. Though their lives are largely veiled in mystery, their legacy endures in the intricate harmonies that still echo in stone sanctuaries. Leonin, believed to have lived in the mid to late 12th century, is often regarded as the first known significant composer of polyphonic organum. Very little is known about his birth, background, or personal life. His name appears in the writings of a student known only as Anonymous IV, who praised him as the best composer of organum. Leonin served at the Notre Dame Cathedral, where he composed the groundbreaking Magnus Liber Organi, or Great Book of Organum. His work represented a seismic shift in musical thinking. Prior to Leonin, most sacred music followed the monophonic tradition, single melodic lines sung in unison. Leonin introduced a second voice, independent yet interwoven with the first, creating a rich and heavenly texture. His organum for the liturgy, particularly for major feasts, brought a new dimension to the sacred experience. Then came Perotin, likely a generation later, and presumed to be a student or successor of Leonin. If Leonin laid the foundation, Perotin raised the spires. Expanding upon his predecessor's work, Perotin brought even more complexity to polyphony, composing 3- and 4-part organa. His most renowned compositions include Viderunt Omnes and Sederunt Principes, where the voices leap and intertwine like the architecture of Notre Dame itself, vaulted, soaring, divine. Perotin's innovations included rhythmic notation and the use of discant style, where voices moved in a measured rhythm rather than free flow. This allowed for greater precision and coordination among singers, a hallmark of his grander style. The result was not just more beautiful music, but a greater unification of mathematics, theology, and art. These works weren't merely music. They were acts of devotion, echoes of the divine. Sung within the walls of Notre Dame, Their tones would resonate up into the arches, bathing the congregation in layers of heavenly sound. It was as if the cathedral itself breathed with song. Though neither Leonin nor Perotin left behind letters, diaries, or signatures, their music survives as testimony. The Magnus Liber Organi was copied, studied, and used for generations. Through the efforts of Anonymous of Forth and other scribes, we know their names and the genius they offered to the world. The world they inhabited was starkly different from ours. Paris was emerging as a center of scholarship and theology. The University of Paris was beginning to flourish. The cathedral, under construction during their lifetimes, was the physical and spiritual heart of a city alive with inquiry and faith. Leonin and Perotin were not composers in the modern sense. They were clerics, scholars, likely canons or monks, whose creativity was part of their devotion. Their music was not performed for entertainment, but for the glory of God. And yet, across centuries, it continues to stir the souls of listeners far beyond the cloister. They passed into the silence of time long ago. No records mark their deaths. No graves are adorned with their names. And yet, they are still heard. As you close your eyes tonight, let the ethereal harmonies of Leonin and Perotin carry you beyond time. Sleep well, dear traveler of history. Sweet dreams. Jean-Baptiste Lully. Jean-Baptiste Lully was born in Florence, Italy, in 1632, into a modest family with no signs of future grandeur. His early life was filled with the vibrant sounds of street musicians and festive parades, and he learned to play the violin and guitar at a young age. His talent bloomed early, and though his origins were humble, fate had grand designs for him. A chance opportunity came when he was brought to France in his teenage years to serve as an Italian tutor and violinist to a noble household. The boy from Florence was now in Paris, and destiny was tuning its strings. His rise was as swift as it was unexpected. Lully's remarkable musical abilities caught the attention of the French court, and before long, he was performing for King Louis XIV himself. The Sun King was dazzled by Lully's vivacity, charm, and musical brilliance. He was invited to join the royal court as a composer and instrumentalist, and his close association with the king gave him immense influence. Lully adapted quickly, changing his nationality and even his name to fit into French society. He ingratiated himself deeply with the king, becoming one of the most trusted figures in the glittering world of Versailles. His appointment as the director of the Académie Royale de Musique marked the true beginning of his reign over French musical life. Lully's early reign in the world of composition was golden. He brought Italian flair and French elegance together in a harmonious dance, creating the genre of French opera known as tragédie lyrique. His collaborations with the playwright Molière became the talk of the court and the city alike. Works such as Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme and Armide captivated audiences and brought dramatic music to a level of theatrical sophistication unseen before. He pioneered orchestral discipline and developed new forms of musical notation. With Lully at the helm, French music flourished under the careful gaze of the monarch who adored him. But all golden eras must face a shadow, and Lully's turning point came from within, rooted in ambition, jealousy, and control. As he accumulated power, he began to eliminate rivals ruthlessly. He secured monopolies over public performances, ensured that no music could be staged in France without his permission, and guarded his influence with cold precision. Friends were cast aside, allies turned to enemies, and artistic freedom was stifled under his increasingly authoritarian hand. He was not just a court musician, he was a musical tyrant. His period of corruption grew darker with personal scandals. Lully's closeness to the king waned as rumors of his private affairs and lavish excesses drew whispers. He became known not only for his music, but for his overbearing manner, his dictatorial grip on French music, and his indulgent lifestyle. His ambition, which had carried him so high, now isolated him. He controlled the stage, but offstage, his popularity was fading. The court that once adored him grew wary. His fall came not with political intrigue, but with a tragic accident of his own pride. During a performance celebrating the king's recovery from illness, Lully conducted using his customary long staff. In a moment of fervor, he struck his own foot. The wound turned gangrenous, and Lully, refusing amputation that might have saved him, but cost him his ability to dance and perform, succumbed to infection. He died in 1687, surrounded by wealth and power, but far from the warm adoration he once basked in. Lully's legacy is complex. He revolutionized French opera, built institutions that defined French music for centuries, and shaped the soundscape of a golden age. Yet his monopolistic practices and authoritarian control served as warnings for future generations. His music remains admired and his innovations respected, but he also stands as a symbol of how power can harden even the most brilliant of artists. As the palace lights dim and the court grows silent, remember the tale of Lully, a man who rose from the streets of Florence to the opulence of Versailles, who danced with kings and shaped the stage, yet whose own steps led him to a quiet, poignant end. As you close your eyes tonight, let the lessons of Jean-Baptiste Lully carry you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of history. Sweet dreams. Heinrich Schütz. Heinrich Schütz was born on a quiet day in 1585 in Kostritz, a small town nestled in the German countryside. The world he entered was still turning in the rhythms of the Renaissance, but whispers of something new were floating on the wind, change, harmony, in a new age of music. His father was an innkeeper, and though modest in means, the family possessed a deep reverence for education and the arts. Early on, young Heinrich displayed an uncanny musical gift, drawing the attention of all who heard his voice or saw his delicate hands move across the keys. Fate would knock at the door in the form of Moritz, Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel, a nobleman with an eye for talent. While staying at the family's inn, he heard Heinrich sing and was so impressed he offered to sponsor the boy's education. From this moment forward, Heinrich's life was changed. He was brought to Kassel to study music formally and immersed in a world of sacred melodies, polyphony, and structure. Yet his heart always reached for something deeper, an expression of the soul through music. In his early 20s, Heinrich traveled to Venice, the epicenter of the musical world, where he studied under Giovanni Gabrieli, one of the most brilliant composers of his age. It was in the glowing churches and resonant chapels of Venice that Schütz absorbed the magic of the Italian style. The sweeping madrigals, the grandeur of polychroral textures, and the emerging power of emotional depth in sacred music. He returned to Germany with not only skill, but vision. Soon, Heinrich Schütz became court composer for the Elector of Saxony in Dresden, one of the most prestigious positions in the land. In this role, he elevated German music with the elegance and emotional nuance of the Italian school, merging traditions with innovation. His early compositions shimmered with this blend, devotional yet bold, precise yet full of soul. Works like his Psalm and David's echoed with power and grace, and his fame began to spread far beyond court walls. Yet even the most radiant harmonies can be dimmed by the march of time and tragedy. As the 30 Years' War cast a long, devastating shadow over Germany, Heinrich's music darkened, reflecting the sorrow and loss of a nation in turmoil. Churches were destroyed, choirs scattered, and many of his musicians conscripted or killed. Still, Heinrich composed, finding solemn beauty in lamentation. His Musikalische Exequium, a funeral mass written for a noble patron, is now seen as one of the most tender and profound expressions of mourning ever penned. As the war dragged on, resources grew scarce, and Heinrich's court was unable to support large ensembles. He adapted once again, composing intimate chamber music in solo motets. proving that his genius did not rely on grandeur, but on truth. In these quiet works, his artistry reached new depths, haunting, spare, and deeply human. His music became a reflection of endurance, echoing the hope that beauty could survive even the darkest times. There came a turning point, late in life, when the world seemed to move on without him. New tastes were rising. The Baroque era, lush and dramatic, began to swell in full. Heinrich's style, rooted in sacred restraint and solemn elegance, seemed old-fashioned to some. He was no longer the court's shining star, and newer composers claimed the spotlight. Yet he remained steadfast, crafting each phrase with care, every silence with reverence. Though his influence was fading in the present, the foundation he laid was strong. His innovations in German sacred music, his introduction of Italian flair, and his emotional depth would inspire generations. Heinrich Schütz died in 1672 at the age of 87, having lived through war, plague, and the shifting tides of art and politics. He had composed with devotion and silence alike, giving voice to both joy and sorrow. His life ended not with fanfare, but with a sense of quiet fulfillment, the way a candle burns out slowly in the peace of night. Though the world has often forgotten the soft voices of the past, those who listen carefully can still hear his music echoing in stone cathedrals and are among the hearts of those who seek calm in sacred song. His legacy lies not in drama, but in devotion, in the belief that music, even when whispered, can speak to the soul. As you rest tonight, imagine a gentle candle flickering in a cathedral long ago. The notes of a choir drift softly through vaulted arches. A single voice carries across the stillness, and in that moment, time fades. The world is quiet, and all is well. As you close your eyes tonight, let the quiet devotion of Heinrich Schütz guide your dreams like a soft hymn echoing through time. Sleep well, dear traveler of history. Sweet dreams. Muzio Clementi. Muzio Clementi was born in Rome in 1752 into a family that valued music and culture. From an early age, he was drawn to the piano, an instrument that would become his lifelong companion and the source of his great fame. His parents recognized his talent and encouraged him, ensuring that he received lessons and exposure to the rich musical traditions of Italy. The city's ancient streets, filled with the echoes of church bells and street musicians, were the backdrop for his childhood, an atmosphere that nurtured his budding creativity. At just a young age, Clementi's prodigious skill caught the attention of wealthy patrons who saw in him the promise of a great artist. This support allowed him to travel beyond Rome to the musical hubs of Europe. In England, where he eventually settled, he established himself not only as a performer, but as a composer and innovator. The piano, still evolving, became his playground, and through his performances, he introduced audiences to new techniques and expressions. His rise was swift. He was celebrated across London and beyond for his technical brilliance and expressive playing. Early in his career, Clementi's compositions began to reflect a balance of discipline and emotion. His sonatas and piano pieces were marked by clear structures, energetic rhythms, and lyrical melodies. He became a key figure in the transition from the classical to the early Romantic style, influencing contemporaries and future generations alike. His music was approachable yet sophisticated, appealing both to connoisseurs and amateur players, making the piano a central instrument in homes and concert halls. A turning point in Clementi's life came with his increasing involvement in piano manufacturing and publishing. Not content with simply performing and composing, he became an entrepreneur, seeking to improve the quality of the instrument itself. His innovations helped refine the piano's design, contributing to its evolution into the instrument we know today. However, his business ventures also brought challenges, and at times he faced financial difficulties and fierce competition. Despite the pressures, Clementi's creative spirit endured. His later compositions exhibit a maturity and depth that reveal a composer who had deeply explored the instrument's capabilities. The delicate nuances, the dramatic contrasts, and the intimate moments within his works show a man who understood the power of music to move the heart. He continued to teach, influence, and inspire, fostering talents who would carry his legacy forward. In his final years, Clementi withdrew somewhat from the public eye, but his contributions to music and the piano world remained firmly established. He passed away in 1832, leaving behind a rich body of work and a legacy as the father of the pianoforte. Though the world around him was changing rapidly, his music retained its charm, bridging eras and emotions. Reflecting on Clementi's life reminds us that innovation often walks hand in hand with tradition. He was both a creator and a preserver, someone who shaped the future while honoring the past. His journey shows us the importance of dedication, adaptability, and the courage to pursue one's vision through changing times. Now, as you lie down and close your eyes, imagine the gentle touch of a piano's keys, the soft glow of candlelight illuminating a quiet room. Hear the faint echoes of melodies past, carrying you gently into dreams filled with harmony and peace. As you close your eyes tonight, let the graceful notes of Muzio Clementi's music lull you softly into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of history. Sweet dreams. Luigi Boccherini. Luigi Boccherini was born in 1743 in Lucca, a small but culturally rich city in Italy. From his earliest days, music surrounded him, as his family was filled with musicians. His father was a cellist, and young Luigi was soon drawn to the same instrument, showing great promise as a child. The sounds of strings and harmonies filled the home, nurturing his natural talent and love for music. Growing up amid the beauty of Tuscany, with its rolling hills and vibrant artistic traditions, Luigi developed a refined sense of melody and elegance that would define his compositions. As he grew, Boccherini's reputation as a gifted cellist spread, and he began to perform for noble patrons, which allowed him to travel widely through Europe. He settled in Madrid for a significant part of his career, where he became a favorite at the Spanish royal court. This period was marked by a deepening of his artistic voice, blending the Italian tradition with the influences of Spanish music and culture. His rise as both a performer and composer was marked by graceful charm and a keen understanding of the cello's expressive possibilities. In his early years of composition, Boccherini focused mainly on chamber music, particularly string quintets and quartets, which were well suited to the intimate salons and aristocratic gatherings of the time. His works stood out for their elegance, lyrical beauty, and joyful lightness. Audiences admired the warmth and clarity of his melodies, which often evoked pastoral scenes or gentle dances. He had a way of making the cello sing with a tender human voice that moved listeners deeply. A turning point came as Boccherini's style matured, and he began incorporating more daring harmonies and rhythms influenced by the changing musical tastes of the late 18th century. His compositions reflected both refinement and a playful wit, inviting musicians and listeners alike into a world of expressive subtlety. Yet, despite his success, Boccherini often struggled financially and was overshadowed by more famous contemporaries such as Haydn and Mozart. This contrast between his artistic achievements and worldly struggles adds a poignant depth to his story. The period that followed brought challenges, but also some of his finest works. He experimented with larger forms, including symphonies and concertos, and remained devoted to the cello, writing pieces that showcased its rich, sonorous qualities. Boccherini's music was imbued with a poetic sensibility, capturing moments of serenity, joy, and melancholy with equal grace. Though he never gained the widespread fame he deserved in his lifetime, His compositions gradually gained recognition for their distinctive elegance. In his final years, Boccherini lived quietly, continuing to compose and perform. His legacy as a master of chamber music and a pioneer for the cello grew steadily after his death in 1805. Today, his name is remembered for the delicate beauty and technical brilliance of his works, which continue to enchant audiences worldwide. He serves as a reminder of the quiet artist whose genius may bloom slowly but leaves a lasting mark on the world of music. Looking back on Boccherini's life, one is reminded that true artistry often blends dedication with humility. His music, filled with warmth and poetic grace, invites us to find beauty in simplicity and joy in gentle moments. His story encourages patience and a deep appreciation for the quieter voices that shape culture across time. Now, as you rest your head and drift towards sleep, imagine the tender melodies of a cello echoing softly in a sunlit room, the air filled with calm and peace. Let the music carry you gently into dreams, where elegance and warmth await. As you close your eyes tonight, let the tender sounds of Luigi Boccherini's cello lull you into a serene world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of history. Sweet dreams. Isaac Albeniz. Isaac Albeniz was born in 1860 in Camprodon, a small town in the heart of Catalonia, Spain. From a very young age, his world was filled with music. His father, recognizing his son's exceptional talent, encouraged him to learn the piano. By the time Isaac was a child, he was already performing in public, his fingers dancing across the keys with an expression that belied his years. Growing up in a land rich with folk traditions, vibrant landscapes, and spirited culture, Albeniz absorbed the sounds of Spain, the rhythms, melodies, and colors that would later inspire his compositions. Albeniz's rise to prominence was shaped by his early travels across Europe. His father took him on tours so that Isaac could perform for royalty and the aristocracy. Despite the challenges of a childhood spent on the road, these experiences broadened his musical horizon. He studied at prestigious conservatories, including the Royal Conservatory of Brussels, where his classical training deepened. Yet his heart always remained tied to the passionate folk music of his homeland, which he skillfully wove into the classical forms he mastered. His early career was marked by a growing reputation as a virtuoso pianist and composer. Albeniz's works began to stand out for their brilliant fusion of Spanish folk elements with the elegance of classical music. Pieces like Suite Española captured the spirit of Spain's diverse regions through evocative melodies and vivid rhythms. His music carried the scent of sun-warmed olive groves, the sound of flamenco guitars, and the lively steps of Spanish dancers. Audiences were drawn to the fiery passion and delicate nuance in his compositions. A turning point in Albeniz's creative journey was his embrace of nationalism in music, a trend sweeping through Europe in the late 19th century. He dedicated himself to elevating Spanish musical traditions, bringing them to the concert halls of the world. This period was one of both inspiration and struggle, as Albeniz sought to balance his artistic vision with the demands of public life. He composed intensely, pouring his soul into works that would define the identity of Spanish piano music. During this time, his personal life was touched by both joy and hardship. Despite health problems and financial difficulties, Albeniz's passion never waned. His compositions grew richer and more complex, exploring new harmonic landscapes while maintaining a lyrical, approachable quality. His music was a bridge between cultures and eras, inviting listeners into a world where classical refinement and folk vitality dance hand in hand. In his later years, Albeniz's health declined, yet he continued to compose with unwavering dedication. His legacy was cemented with compositions that remain staples of piano repertoire today, inspiring musicians and audiences alike. His works are celebrated not only for their technical brilliance, but for their emotional depth and vivid storytelling. Albanese's music is a testament to the power of cultural roots and personal expression combined. Looking back, Isaac Albanese's life teaches us the beauty of embracing one's heritage while reaching for artistic excellence. His melodies, filled with the warmth of Spanish sun and the passion of its people, remind us to honor our origins as we grow and create. His journey invites us to listen deeply, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath our feet, and to let music tell the story of our souls. Now, as you settle into the quiet of the night, imagine the gentle rise and fall of piano keys, echoing softly through moonlit Spanish hills. Let these soothing sounds guide you toward a peaceful sleep, filled with dreams of sun-drenched landscapes and melodies carried by the breeze. As you close your eyes tonight, let the warmth and spirit of Isaac Albanese's music cradle you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of history. Sweet dreams. Enrique Granados. Enrique Granados was born in 1867 in the bustling city of Lleida, Spain, a place alive with the rich traditions and fervent passion of Catalonia. From his earliest days, the pulse of Spanish life, its music, dance, and culture, flowed through his veins. His family recognized his remarkable gift for music, and he began studying piano as a young boy. The tender fingers that first touched the keys would one day create some of the most beloved Spanish compositions, evoking the warmth and spirit of his homeland. As Granados grew, so did his talent and his dreams. He traveled to Madrid to study at the Royal Conservatory, absorbing classical technique and theory while never losing sight of his deep connection to Spanish folk music. His journey took him to Paris, the epicenter of artistic innovation, where he mingled with the great composers and performers of the day. It was there that he honed his voice, blending the elegant precision of the European tradition with the fiery passion of Spanish melody. His rise to fame was marked by a series of piano works that celebrated the colors and rhythms of Spain, especially the region of Catalonia. His masterpiece, Goyescas, was inspired by the paintings of Francisco Goya and captured the emotional depth and complexity of Spanish life, its joys, sorrows, and mysteries. This composition, both haunting and vibrant, won him international acclaim and solidified his place among the greatest Spanish composers. For a time, Granados experienced the promise of success and adoration. His concerts were filled with audiences entranced by his sensitive touch and evocative music. Yet beneath the surface, the tides of history were turning. The outbreak of World War I and the shifting political landscape cast long shadows over Europe and the arts. Granados found himself balancing the weight of these external pressures with his own creative ambitions. A defining moment came during his later years, when tragedy struck unexpectedly. On a fateful voyage back to Spain in 1916, the ship he was aboard was torpedoed during the turbulent seas of war. Granados, ever the protector, sacrificed his chance for safety to save his wife. The loss was profound, marking an end not only to his life, but to a luminous chapter of Spanish music. His passing was mourned by many, but his music lived on, echoing through concert halls and hearts worldwide. Looking back at Granados' legacy, we see a man who embodied the soul of Spain, its fervor, its tenderness, and its resilience. His compositions are not just notes on a page. They are stories told in sound, weaving history, culture, and emotion into a timeless tapestry. His music invites us to listen deeply, to connect with the essence of a land and people, and to find beauty even amidst sorrow. As you rest tonight, imagine the soft cadence of Granados' piano flowing like a gentle river through moonlit gardens and ancient plazas. Let his melodies carry you on a peaceful journey to dreamland, where the warmth of Spanish evenings and the whisper of old stories soothe your mind and soul. As you close your eyes tonight, let the spirit of Enrique Granados' music guide you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of history. Sweet dreams. Boethius. early music philosopher. Boethius was born around the year 477 AD in the twilight of the Roman Empire, a time when the ancient world was slowly giving way to the medieval. His family was noble and learned, deeply rooted in the traditions of Rome's intellectual and political life. From an early age, Boethius was immersed in the rich heritage of classical education, studying philosophy, mathematics, and music. It was this blend of learning that would later shape his enduring legacy as a bridge between the ancient and medieval worlds. His rise to prominence was swift and marked by his remarkable intellect and eloquence. Boethius became a trusted advisor and high-ranking official in the Ostrogothic kingdom under King Theodoric the Great. But unlike many of his contemporaries, his passion was not for power alone. He sought to understand the universe's deepest truths through philosophy and music, the latter viewed in his time as the purest form of cosmic harmony. Boethius's early career was filled with promise. He was respected not only for his political acumen, but also for his translations and commentaries on the works of Aristotle and Plato, which made ancient wisdom accessible to a new generation. His treatise De Institutione Musica, The Principles of Music, explored the idea of music as a mathematical and spiritual force connecting humanity to the cosmos, a profound reflection on how music and order are intertwined in the fabric of existence. However, his path soon took a dark turn. Caught in the treacherous politics of his era, Boethius was accused of conspiracy against the king, a charge that led to his imprisonment. During this harsh captivity, he faced despair, but also found a moment of deep philosophical reflection. It was within the cold walls of his prison cell that he composed his most famous work, The Consolation of Philosophy. This book is a dialogue between Boethius and Lady Philosophy, a serene figure who helps him confront suffering and fate. Through her guidance, he wrestles with the nature of happiness, fortune, and free will, discovering that true joy lies not in external circumstances, but in the calm acceptance of life's transient nature and the pursuit of wisdom. The years of hardship changed Boethius profoundly. Though imprisoned and facing death, he maintained his dignity and unwavering commitment to truth. Sadly, his life ended in execution, a victim of political intrigue, but his ideas lived on, inspiring thinkers and musicians through the centuries. His writings became a cornerstone of medieval education, influencing the way music and philosophy were understood and taught for generations. Reflecting on Boethius's legacy, we see a man who sought harmony in a chaotic world, between reason and emotion, power and humility, fate and freedom. His life reminds us that even in the darkest times, the light of wisdom and beauty can guide us, offering comfort and clarity when the path seems uncertain. As you settle into the quiet of the night, imagine the gentle harmony of the spheres, the cosmic music that Boethius so cherished, flowing softly through the silence. Let the calm presence of Lady Philosophy ease your mind, carrying you gently into peaceful dreams where wisdom and serenity dwell. As you close your eyes tonight, let the timeless thoughts of Boethius carry you gently into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear seeker of wisdom. Sweet dreams. Seikilos, ancient Greek music inscription. Long ago, in the gentle light of ancient Greece, there lived a man named Seikilos. Though little is known about his life, his lasting gift whispers through the centuries in the form of a beautiful and rare musical inscription, etched carefully into a tombstone. This song, simple yet profound, is the oldest surviving complete piece of music from the ancient world, a melody that transcends time and connects us to the hearts of people who lived over 2,000 years ago. Seikilos's origins are veiled in history, but his presence lingers in the warm stone of a grave marker found near present-day Turkey. The inscription includes musical notes alongside words, a delicate combination of art and poetry that offers a glimpse into the spirit of the ancient Greeks. The song carries a message that speaks across ages, a reminder to cherish life's fleeting moments, to embrace joy while we can, and to let music be a companion in both sorrow and celebration. This melody was crafted in a time when music was woven deeply into daily life and philosophy. The Greeks believed music held cosmic significance, shaping the harmony of the soul and the order of the universe. Seikilos' song echoes these beliefs, embodying a serene acceptance of life's impermanence and the sweetness found in every passing day. Though the exact circumstances of how Seikilos came to create this song remain unknown, it is believed the inscription was meant as a farewell, a musical epitaph honoring a loved one. The melody, simple and graceful, invites listeners to live fully and to find peace in the rhythms of existence, knowing that time moves forward without pause. As time passed, the world changed. Emperors rose and fell, cultures shifted, and many songs were lost to the winds of history. Yet Seikilos' melody survived, quietly awaiting rediscovery by those who would appreciate its gentle wisdom and timeless beauty. Today, when the notes are played again, they carry the voices of the ancient past, reminding us that music is a bridge between generations and a comfort to the soul. The legacy of Seikilos is not one of grandeur or vast fame, but of a humble, enduring message: to live with grace, to honor the moment, and to embrace the delicate balance between joy and sorrow. His song teaches us to treasure the music within ourselves and the world around us, even as the days slip quietly away. As you drift into sleep tonight, imagine the soft echoes of Seikilos' melody rising like a breeze through olive groves and ancient temples, soothing your mind and heart. Let the timeless tune cradle you gently, carrying you on a peaceful journey into dreams filled with light, harmony, and quiet reflection. As you close your eyes tonight, let the gentle song of Seikilos guide you softly into a world of dreams. Sleep well, dear traveler of time. Sweet dreams, the eternal echo of music. Music is an ancient whisper that travels beyond time, a voice that stretches from the first beating of drums in forgotten forests to the delicate hum of a lullaby sung by a mother to her child. It is an eternal echo, woven into the fabric of existence, connecting hearts and souls across centuries and continents. Tonight, let us drift together on this gentle current, exploring how music never truly fades, but lives forever in our memories and dreams. Long before cities rose and empires fell, the first humans discovered that sound could soothe, inspire, and unite. The pulse of rhythm echoed the beating of their own hearts, and melodies rose like the wind through the trees. This primal music was more than just noise. It was the language of feeling, the expression of joy, sorrow, hope, and love. It was the first story ever told without words, a story told with vibrations that touch the deepest parts of our being. As civilizations flourished, music became a sacred gift. In temples and palaces, it told tales of gods and heroes. In quiet villages, it carried the laughter of children and the tears of parting lovers. Through the centuries, every note played, every song sung, became part of a great, unending symphony, a reflection of the human spirit and the world's mysteries. Though the instruments changed, from the lyres and flutes of ancient Greece to the grand pianos and orchestras of today, the essence remained the same. Music continued to echo the rhythm of life itself, the rising and falling of breaths, the cycle of day and night, the turning of seasons. It is the companion of every journey, the balm for every wound, the spark that ignites creativity and connects us to one another. Even when silence falls, music lingers in the heart, waiting to be rediscovered in a memory or a dream. It reminds us that no matter how fleeting our days may be, something beautiful endures. The songs of the past whisper to us in quiet moments, inviting us to listen closely and find comfort in their everlasting presence. As you close your eyes now, imagine this eternal echo surrounding you, a gentle wave of sound that soothes your mind and softens your thoughts. Feel the warmth of music wrap around you like a soft blanket, easing every worry and filling you with calm. Let the timeless melody carry you gently into sleep, where dreams bloom in harmony and the soul finds rest. May the eternal echo of music accompany you tonight and always. A silent promise that beauty never fades but lives on in every heart it touches. Sleep well, dear dreamer. Sweet dreams. The music of the cosmos. Imagine the universe as a vast symphony where every star, planet, and galaxy plays its own unique note in an endless cosmic melody. From the swirling dance of distant galaxies to the gentle twinkle of a single star, the music of the cosmos surrounds us, an invisible, eternal harmony that echoes through the fabric of space and time. Long before we learned to hum a tune or strum a string, the universe itself was already singing. The rhythms of the planets orbiting their suns, the pulses of light traveling across unimaginable distances, and the vibrations of cosmic waves all joined together in a grand celestial chorus. This music is not something we can hear with our ears alone, but it can be felt deep within our souls, a reminder that we are part of something far greater than ourselves. From the smallest atom to largest star, every particle moves in rhythm, every force dances in time. The cosmos speaks in frequencies beyond our hearing, yet its song resonates in the harmony of nature, the cycles of life, and the beat of our own hearts. When you watch the stars on a quiet night, you are witnessing the notes of this eternal composition, shimmering and swirling in the infinite dark. Throughout history, humans have sought to understand and mirror this celestial music. Ancient philosophers dreamed of the music of the spheres, believing the heavens sang a divine song that guided the harmony of the world. Composers and poets have long tried to capture this cosmic rhythm in their works, weaving the mysteries of the universe into melodies and verses that inspire wonder and peace. Tonight, as you lie still and breathe gently, imagine yourself floating among the stars. Feel the pulse of the universe beneath you, a gentle hum that soothes and calms. Let the music of the cosmos wash over you like a tender lullaby, its infinite notes carrying you softly into the quiet depths of sleep. Know that you are part of this great symphony, each breath, each heartbeat a precious note in the eternal song. As you drift deeper, let the harmony of the universe fill your mind with peace and your spirit with calm. Sleep well, dear traveler of the stars. Sweet dreams, a gentle lullaby of legacy. Every life, like a gentle melody, weaves a story that lingers long after the last note has faded. We are all part of a timeless lullaby, a song of legacy that flows softly through generations, carried on the whispers of memory and the quiet moments shared. Tonight, let us rest within this tender music, feeling the warmth of lives lived and dreams passed on. From the very beginning, our ancestors sang their hopes into the world, in stories told by firelight, in songs hummed beneath starry skies, in the rhythms of daily life. Their voices became the foundation of our own, a soothing harmony that connects past to present and future. Each act of kindness, every dream pursued, leaves an imprint, a gentle echo in the hearts of those who follow. Legacy is not only in grand monuments or famous names, but in the small, quiet things. The touch of a hand, a favorite recipe, the stories shared in soft voices before sleep. It is the music of love and memory that binds us together, a melody that grows richer with every passing day. Like a lullaby sung to a child, it comforts and reassures, reminding us that we belong to something larger than ourselves. Though time moves forward, carrying us all onward, this lullaby remains, a soft, unending tune that cradles us in its arms. When the world feels too vast or too fast, remember the gentle rhythm of legacy, the peaceful song that welcomes us home. It is in this lullaby that we find rest, knowing our lives matter and our stories are treasured. As you close your eyes tonight, let the gentle lullaby of legacy wrap around you like a warm blanket. Feel its tender notes ease your mind and calm your heart, guiding you softly into a restful sleep filled with sweet dreams and quiet hope. Sleep well, dear dreamer. Sweet dreams.